If you could please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice. Thank you. Please be seated. Good evening, everyone. I want to welcome you to the July 25th, 2022 Zoning Hearing Master Hearing. My name is Susan Finch, and I'll be presiding as the hearing officer over tonight's cases. Let me start by introducing Mr. Brian Grady to my left. He's with the Development Services Department. He'll introduce other key staff we have this evening, as well as go over any changes to our agenda. Mr. Grady.
Good evening, Madam Hearing Officer. Again, for the record, Brian Grady, Hillsborough County Development Services. Before I go through the changes to the agenda and withdrawals and continuances, to introduce other staff that are online tonight joining us at the hearing. From our Development Service staff, we have Michelle Heinrich, Israel Monsanto, Sam Ball, Tim Lampkin, Tanya Chapella. Also have from our transportation staff, we have James Ratliff, Richard Perez, and from Planning Commission, we have Jillian Massey. From the County Attorney's Office, we have Cameron Clark. Thank you. And that, with that, I'll go through the changes to the agenda. First change on the agenda is on page 11, item D7, PD 22-0562. This is 86th Street Holding LLC. The applicant is requesting a continuance to the September 19, 2022 zoning hearing master hearing. I believe the applicant is here to explain the reasons for the requested continuance.
All right, is the applicant here for rezoning 22-0562 to request the continuance? Is he online, perhaps? Do we have any information about his whereabouts?
Here she is.
I see someone from the back of the room. Good evening.
Thank you. Isabel Albert with HAF, representing the applicant. And yes, we're requesting a continuance just to address concerns that we received from staff, and we would like to have more time to discuss.
So September 19th is sufficient?
Correct.
To accomplish that. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Is there anyone here or in the audience or online that would like to speak to the continuance only, not the merits of the case, but only the continuance? Seeing no one, then we will grant a continuance of rezoning PD 22-0562 to the September 19th, 2022 zoning hearing master hearing at 6 p.m.
The next item on change to the agenda is on page 8, item C4, rezoning standard 22-0698. The applicant is David Wright. The applicant is requesting a continuance to the September 19th, 2022 zoning hearing master hearing. I believe the applicant is online to speak the reasons for the request.
Okay.
Good evening, Madam Hearing Officer. Yes, we would like to request a continuance to the September 19th ZHM hearing to allow us more time to work with staff as well.
Okay. Is there anyone in the audience or online that would like to speak to a continuance of rezoning 22-0698 to September 19th? Seeing no one, then we will grant the continuance of rezoning 22-0698 to September 19th, 2022 zoning hearing master hearing at 6 p.m.
Thank you. For the record, I'm David Wright.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
The next change to the agenda is on page 12, item D13, rezoning PD 22-0856. The applicant is Mark Bentley. The applicant is requesting a continuance to the September 19, 2022 zoning hearing master hearing. I believe the applicant is here to explain the reasons for the request.
Good evening.
Good evening, Ms. Finch. My name is Mark Bentley, 401 East Jackson Street, Tampa, 33602. We're requesting a continuance to September 19th to engage in additional discussions with the Planning Commission staff.
Okay, fair enough. Is there anyone in the audience or online regarding a continuance of rezoning 22-0856 to September 19th? Seeing no one, then we'll grant a continuance of rezoning 22-0856 to the September 19th, 2022 zoning hearing master hearing at 6 p.m.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
In the, one more change on the published agenda, that's on page 7 of the agenda, item B1, major mod application 19-0521, Bozer Development LLC. Madam Hearing Officer, this application is being withdrawn from the hearing process. There was some outstanding information that needed to be resolved with respect to some design exceptions that were not resolved in time for this meeting. The application cannot proceed without this information. And unfortunately, the application is out of time and cannot be continued any further beyond this hearing. Therefore, it will need to be withdrawn and the applicant will need to refile the application for a later hearing.
All right.
So again, that's being withdrawn.
Just to be clear then, if you are here for the first item on the agenda, major modification 19-0521, if you're here or online, that application has been withdrawn and will not be heard this evening. Mr. Grady, you want to continue with the rest of the agenda changes?
Yes, that concludes the change of the agenda, and I'll go go through the published withdrawals and continuances beginning on page 4 of the agenda. The first item is item A1, rezoning PD 20-1142. This application out of order to be heard and is being continued to the August 15, 2022 zoning hearing mass hearing. Item A2, major mod application 21-0963. This application out of order to be heard and is being continued to the August 15, 2022 zoning hearing mass hearing. Item A3, major mod application 22-0109. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to the August 15, 2022 zoning hearing mass hearing. Item A4, rezoning PD 22-0181. This application is being continued by staff to the August 15, 2022 zoning hearing mass hearing. Item A5, rezoning PD 22-0207. This application out of order to be heard and has been continued to the August 15, 2022 zoning hearing mass hearing. Item A6, major mod application 22-0221. This application is continued by the applicant to the August 15, 2022 zoning hearing mass hearing. Item A7, major mod application 22-0313. This application has been continued by staff to the August 15, 2022 zoning hearing mass hearing. Item A8, rezoning PD 22-0369. This application has been continued by staff to the August 15, 2022 zoning hearing mass hearing. Item A9, rezoning PD 22-0433. The application is out of order to be heard and has been continued to the August 15, 2022 zoning hearing mass hearing. Item A10, rezoning PD 22-0461. This application has been continued by the applicant to the August 15, 2022 zoning hearing mass hearing. Item A11, rezoning PD 22-0559. This application has been continued by the applicant to the August 15, 2022 zoning hearing mass hearing. Item A12, rezoning PD 22-0565. This application is continued by the applicant to the August 15, 2022 zoning hearing mass hearing. Item A13, rezoning PD 22-0567. This application out of order to be heard and is being continued to the August 15, 2022 zoning hearing mass hearing. Item A14, rezoning PD 22-0648. This application has been continued by the applicant to the August 15, 2022 zoning hearing mass hearing. Item A15, rezoning PD 22-0667. This application is being withdrawn from the zoning hearing master process. Item A16, major mod application 22-0671. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to the August 15, 2022 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A17, rezoning PD 22-0684. This application is being continued by the applicant to the August 15, 2022 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A18, rezoning PD 22-0685. This application is being continued by staff to the August 15, 2022 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A19, major mod application 22-0686. This application is out of order to be heard and has been continued to the August 15, 2022 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A20, rezoning PD 22-0688. This application is being withdrawn from the zoning hearing master process. Item A21, rezoning PD 22-0692. This application is being continued by the applicant to the August 15, 2022 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A22, rezoning PD 22-0696. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to the August 15, 2022 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A23, rezoning PD 22-0719. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to the September 19, 2022 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A24, rezoning PD 22-0853. This application is continued by the applicant to the August 15, 2022 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A28, rezoning PD 22-0857. This application is out of order to be heard and has been continued to the October 17, 2022 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A26, rezoning PD 22-0859. This application will be continued by the applicant to the August 15, 2022 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A27, major mod application 22-0860. This application out of order to be heard and has been continued to the August 15, 2022 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A28, major mod application 22-0863. This application is being continued by staff to the August 15, 2022 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A29, rezoning 22-0864. This application out of order to be be heard and is being continued to the August 15th, 2022 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A30, rezoning PD 22-0865. This application has been continued by the applicant to the August 15th, 2022 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A31, rezoning PD 22-0866. This application has been continued by the applicant to the August 15th, 2022 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A32, major mod application 22-0867. This application out of order to be heard and has been continued to the August 15th, 2022 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A33, rezoning standard 22-0926. This application out of order to be heard and has been continued to the September 19th, 2022 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A34, rezoning standard 22-0927. This application out of order to be heard and has been continued to the August 15th, 2022 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A35, rezoning standard 22-0944. This application has been continued by the applicant to the August 15th, 2022 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A36, rezoning standard 22-0945. This application out of order to be heard and has been continued to the August 15, 2022 zoning hearing master hearing. And item A37, rezoning standard 22-0986. This application is being withdrawn from the zoning hearing master process. That concludes all withdrawals and continuances.
All right, thank you very much. I appreciate it, Mr. Grady. Let me start by going over our hearing procedures for tonight's hearing. Our hearing today consists of agenda items that require a public hearing by the zoning hearing master. I'll conduct a hearing on each agenda item and will file a recommendation within 15 business days following tonight's hearing. Those recommendations are then sent to the Board of County Commissioners, who will make the final decision. Our hearing tonight is informal. I'll ask questions related to the scope of direct testimony. I may call and question witnesses as I deem appropriate, and I will decide all questions of procedure. I'll take evidence, but will exclude evidence that is irrelevant, immaterial, or unduly repetitious. Evidence may be presented in written form, and all testimony must be under oath. Hearsay evidence may be used to supplement or explain other evidence, but shall not be sufficient alone to support a finding by me unless it would be admissible over objections in a civil action. Our order of presentation tonight is as follows. Mr. Grady of the Development Services Department will make a brief introduction of each agenda item. We'll then go to the applicant. The applicant and their witnesses, if they have any, have a total of 15 minutes to present your case, 15 minutes. Then we'll go to Development Services. The staff planner that was assigned to the case will have 5 minutes to go over the county's findings. Then we'll turn to the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission also has 5 minutes to present the application's consistency with the county's comprehensive plan. We'll then turn to proponents, anyone who would like to speak in favor of an agenda item. Total proponent presentation time is 15 minutes. The same is true when we then go to opponents, anyone who would like to speak against an application. Everybody in total has 15 minutes. We'll then go back to the Development Services staff department or staff planner to see if there are any additional comments or findings based on tonight's testimony. And then finally, we go back to the applicant who has, bless you, who has the last word for 5 minutes of rebuttal. Regarding the time for proponents and opponents, you can see we have a pretty full agenda tonight, and we're going to try to keep to those timeframes as best we can. If you have a group that want to speak either in favor or against, and there are a number of people that would like to speak, I will take a show of hands, both in the room and online, and I will count and apportion that 15 minutes as equally as we can to make sure everybody gets their shot. If you want to submit written information into the record, that is absolutely appropriate. If you want to submit your written presentation, sign in with the clerk's office, and then you are on the record with your comments. The other thing is, if you want to designate a single spokesperson to use the 15 minutes accordingly, you can do that as well. I'll ask also for the staff planners, both for Development Services and the Planning Commission, because we have such a full agenda, if you could please keep to no more than the 5-minute presentation time. And the reason being is that the county has a policy that I cannot open a new case after midnight. If we get to 11:55 and that last case has not been opened, I cannot open it. It happened 2 months ago. Someone sat here all night and was not heard. So believe me, that last person on the agenda wants you to run the hearing as efficiently as you can so that we can give everybody an opportunity to participate in this process. So when you come up to the record or to the podium, if you are going to speak or if you are in line, if you could please start by giving us your name and address for the record. We are recording this hearing. hearing, both visually, and we also have a transcript of it that will be available. And we want to make sure that we have your name and address appropriate to the case that you are speaking to. When you are done, if you were in the room, if you could please see Robbie to my right, she's with the clerk's office, and sign in with her list with your name, address, and the application number, just to make sure we tie all of that up appropriately. So let me now turn to the county attorney, either Mr. Clark, I believe, or Ms. Dorman, and the county attorney will explain to you the legal requirements which govern your participation at the Board of County Commissioners meeting.
Good evening, Madam Hearingmaster. This is Cameron Clark, Assistant County Attorney. Tonight's public hearing is the first step of a two-step rezoning process. This hearing is the time for rezoning applicants and interested parties to present testimony and evidence. Any evidence presented tonight will become the complete factual record of each application, and no additional evidence can be introduced after the closing of each application. The second step of the rezoning process is a public meeting before the Board of County Commissioners, where the board will take a decision on each application heard tonight. Tonight's applications are scheduled to be heard by the board at its September 13th, 2022 land use meeting. When considering applications, the board will only review the record created at tonight's hearing and the recommendation made by the hearing master for each application. The hearing master will file a recommendation for each application heard tonight on August 15th. Board of County Commissioners has established a policy that directs which rezoning and major modification applications are to be placed on the consent agenda of the board's land use meeting. Applications that propose to add density outside the urban service area and applications that are on roadways with a failing level of service are not qualified for placement on the consent agenda. Applications which do not have consistent recommendations of approval or denial are also not qualified to be placed on the consent agenda. And finally, applications that have had evidence or testimony provided to the record by non-applicant parties of record, either prior to or at tonight's public hearing, are not qualified for placement on the consent agenda. The board shall allow public testimony by parties of record at its meeting to consider the hearing master's recommendation or any item on the regular agenda. Any public testimony shall be limited to the record of the proceedings before the hearing master tonight, unless additional evidence has been found admissible in accordance with section 10.03.04D of the Land Development Code. A party of record is an individual who fits at least one of the following four categories. First, someone who's present tonight and presents testimony or documentary evidence. Second, someone who is certified by the U.S. Postal Service as having been mailed notice of tonight's hearing. Third, someone who submitted documentary evidence to the master file at least 2 business days before tonight's hearing. Or fourth, someone who submitted documentary evidence by proxy at tonight's hearing. Again, the content of oral argument before the board shall be limited to the content of the testimony and other evidence submitted verbally or in writing to the hearing master tonight. It's the role of the county attorney's office to ensure that only individuals who have met these requirements are allowed to speak before the board, and to ensure that no new evidence or testimony is introduced or allowed at the board's public meeting. For these reasons, please make sure all information that you wish the board to consider at public meeting is entered into the record tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. I appreciate it. As I mentioned, all testimony must be under oath. So if you plan to speak, if you could please stand, raise your right hand, and I'll swear you in. If you're online as well, thank you. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I definitely do.
I do.
I do.
All right, then with that, Mr. Grady, I believe we're ready for the first case.
Before we introduce the first case, there's a couple additional staff persons I did not introduce at the beginning of the hearing. Those are Isis Brown and Chris Grandin-Leonard with Development Services Zoning Review, and then Alex Steady with Transportation Review. And with that, the first item on tonight's agenda is B2. It's major mod application 22-0087. The applicant Suncoast Community Health Centers Incorporated. The request is for a major modification of plan development. This is a remand case requested by the applicant to add an additional use to the list of proposed uses, that being a daycare. I'll provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant.
Good evening.
Good evening, Tammy Corbett with the law firm of Hill Ward Henderson, representing the applicant. Given the packed agenda, I'm going to be very brief this evening. The record in this case, this is pretty full, and Mike Corner, who was the planner on this case, I think you heard this before, and provided a very nice planning justification for the medical use. If you go to the next slide. Just to orient you where this is, remind you, this is South and Ruskin on College Avenue. Suncoast Community Health Systems was proposing a 24,200 square foot medical office. Next slide. We did, after the last hearing where we had no opposition and we had all findings of approval from Development Services and Planning Commission and yourself, the applicant did want to add a 3,000 square foot childcare facility, so that necessitated a remand. That was on the consent agenda. And so that's the only thing that's changed. As you can see, that 3,000 square foot childcare facility. And you may remember in the record, there was a little bit of issue about whether or not it was 27,200 square feet. I think I might have just said 24, but 27,200. Or there was another number that was tied to the design exception, and there was some maneuvering of that number. Anyway, that's all been cleaned up. We're asking for the 27,200.
Okay.
And that's what we are requesting. Next slide. As I mentioned, Mr. Horner provided an extensive planning analysis for the prior application, and that's in the record. And then staff has now found that the child care use is supportable and is complementary to the medical use. And with that, we'd respectfully request your approval and answer any questions you might have.
Ms. Corbett, let me just make sure that that number is correct with what I have. So your number is how many? I thought you said 27,000 square feet.
I'm sorry, it's 24. I'm sorry.
24, okay.
It was it's
Okay.
backwards.
All right,
Yes,
so 24,074 is the
Sorry.
number, correct?
That's what yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure we're all on the
That's
same.
what I had in my head, and then I looked at what was on the paper.
Okay, fair enough. All right, does that complete your presentation?
It does.
Perfect. You please sign in with the clerk's office. All right, Development Services, please.
Brian Grady, Hillsborough County Development Services. As noted, the request is for a major modification to Plan Development 07234 to develop the portion of the property being subject to the major modification for a medical clinic with accessory farm and drive-through and a 3,000 square foot daycare with a maximum of 85 students. As noted by the applicant, this is before the hearing officer previously and found approval and compatible with surrounding area for the medical office use and with accessory pharmacy. Staff identified no additional compatibility issues or concerns with the addition of the 3,000 square foot daycare with a maximum 85 students subject to the conditions contained in the staff report. Therefore, we do find it approvable. I will ask the applicant to clarify regarding the square footage because I think there's numbers going back and forth. The conditions have it as 24,200. So I believe that's the correct number. I think on the first page is 24,074, which is not correct and needs to be updated because I believe the correct number is 24,200 square feet.
Cami Corbett again. Yes, that was something we had talked about, that the number on the beginning page of the staff report reflects the old
Correct.
number prior to the squaring up and truing up of that design exception. So it's 24,200, and that's what the transportation report was based on.
So staff will submit a amended report correcting that error on the first page of the report. But again, staff does find approval subject conditions are available for any questions.
All right, thank you. No questions at this time. Planning Commission, please.
Hi, good evening, Madam Hearing Master. This is Jillian Massey with the Planning Commission. The subject property is located in the suburban mixed-use 6 future land use category. It's in the urban service area and within the limits of the South Shore area wide systems and Ruskin community plan. The subject site is located on College Avenue, which is an arterial road and currently comprising of lower density residential uses, although the future land use anticipates a greater mix of uses. The future land use of College is residential 4 and is reserved primarily for residential uses or compatible commercial uses. The proposal to add a 2-story medical office clinic and 3,000 square feet of childcare uses meets the intent of the suburban mixed-use 6 category by providing a mix of uses that are suburban in intensity and do not introduce a pattern of strict commercial development, but rather provide a medical office uses and residential support uses in a complementary manner. The proposed development also meets the intent of the economic development goal of the South Shore Area-Wide Systems Community Plan, which recognizes the preferred development pattern for each of the communities and their respective community plans that make up South Shore, and that also includes Ruskin. Goal 2 of the Ruskin Community Plan seeks to ensure that there are appropriately zoned areas for office and industrial development. More specifically, the proposed rezoning meets the intent of Goal 7 that outlines the desired development pattern for College Avenue East by directing office, professional, and residential uses to locate between 12th Street and 21st Street along College Avenue. The subject site is located in the preferred area and furthers the vision of the community plan. And based upon these considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed major modification consistent with the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County, subject to conditions proposed by the Development Services Department.
Thank you so much. I appreciate your testimony. At this time, is there anyone who would like to speak in support? Anyone in favor in the room or online? Seeing no one, anyone in opposition to the request, either in the room or online? Seeing no one. Mr. Grady, anything else before we move on?
Nothing further.
All right, Ms. Corbett, you have the last word if you'd like it.
Tammy Corbett, for the record, no, thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Then with that, we'll close major modification 22-0087, the remand, and go to the next case.
The next item is agenda item C1, rezoning standard 22-0423. The applicant is David Wright with TSP Companies Incorporated. The request is rezoned from RSC 9 the mobile home overlay to a commercial neighborhood zoning district. Chris Grandin-Leonard will provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant.
All right, Mr. Wright.
Good evening, Madam Hearing Officer. My name is David Wright. I'm the president of TSP Companies. Our address is 18431 Cypress Bay Parkway, Land O'Lakes, Florida, 34638, and I have been sworn in. I had a presentation, but I think that both the Development Services staff report and the Planning Commission staff report address all of the items that I was going to mention. So in the interest of time, I'll just ask for your approval of this request, and I'm here to answer any questions. Thank you.
No, I didn't have any questions, but thank you for that. Development Services, please.
Good evening, Chris Grandin-Leonard, planner with Development Services. I'm here to present application 22-0423. The applicant is proposing to rezone from the existing RSC 9 residential single-family conventional with mobile home overlay to commercial neighborhood. The approximate 0.42 acre property is comprised of 2 parcels, both zoned RSC 9 mobile home overlay. The parcel to the north with folio 77084.0000 has a mobile home residence on the lot. The parcel to the south with folio 77085.0000 is vacant. The subject parcels are located on the west side of South US Highway 301 and 260 feet south of Missouri Avenue within an area comprised of single-family residential and commercial. The property is located in the urban service area. The subject parcels are directly adjacent to vacant residential to the north, zoned RSC 9MH, commercial zoned IPD 2 90.0078 to the south, and residential zoned RSC 9 mobile home overlay to the west. To the east across South US Highway 301 is commercial zone CN, commercial neighborhood restricted. The subject parcel is designated suburban mixed use 6 on the future land use map. The Planning Commission found the proposed use consistent with the comprehensive plan. The surrounding uses to the south and east are similar to the request, commercial. Also, the subject parcels are located on principal arterial US 301, conducive to high levels of commercial traffic. Therefore, the rezoning of the subject parcel from RC 9 mobile home overlay to commercial neighborhood would be consistent with the existing zoning pattern of the area. Based on the suburban mixed use future land use classification, the surrounding zoning and development pattern, and the proposed uses for the commercial neighborhood zoning districts, staff finds the request approvable. That concludes my staff report. I'll be glad to answer any questions you may have.
None at this time, but thank you for your presentation. Planning Commission, please.
Hi, this is Jillian Massey with the Planning Commission. The subject site is located in the suburban mixed-use 6 future land use category. It's in the urban service area and within the limits of the Riverview and South Shore area-wide systems community plans. Suburban mixed-use 6 surrounds the site on the north, west, and south side. Residential 6 is located to the east. The subject site is currently vacant. Light commercial uses are located to the south and to the east on US Highway 301. Single-family residential is also located to the south and to the west and further to the east. The proposed rezoning meets the intent of the neighborhood protection policies, Objective 16 and its associated policies, and also Policy 17.7. The development pattern of the surrounding area has a concentration of the most intense uses along Highway 301 and residential uses further away. A rezoning to CN would reflect a development pattern that concentrates the most intense uses along the corridor and lesser intense uses further away to the east and west where single-family residential already exists. The applicant's proposing access from Highway 301 and single-family residential adjacent to the west of the site will remain undisturbed. The proposed rezoning also meets the intent of Objective 22 and Policy 22.2 of the future land use element as it meets commercial locational criteria. The subject site is within the 900-foot distance from the nearest node of Highway 301 and Sims Road. The subject site meets the intent of the South Shore area-wide systems community plan that recognizes the preferred land development pattern of each of its community plans. In this case, the site is also located within the limits of the Riverview Community Plan, specifically within Highway 301 Corridor District, which anticipates high-density residential uses along with commercial uses in this area. And based upon these considerations, the Planning Commission staff finds that proposed rezoning consistent with the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. All right. Is there anyone in the room or online that would like to speak in support of this application? Seeing no one, is there anyone in opposition to this request that would like to speak? Seeing no one in the room or online. All right. Mr. Grady, anything else?
Nothing further.
All right. The applicant, Mr. Wright, anything further before we close?
No, nothing further. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. Then we'll close rezoning 22-0423 and go to the next case.
The next item is agenda item C2, rezoning standard 22-0456. The applicant is David Wright with TSP Companies Incorporated. The request is a rezone from AS1 to CN Commercial Neighborhood. Isis Brown will provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant.
All right. Good evening again, Mr. Wright.
Good evening. Again, my name is David Wright. I'm the president of TSP Companies. Our address is 18431 Cypress Bay Parkway, Land O'Lakes, Florida, 34638. This is a request to rezone the property from AS1 to neighborhood commercial restricted. Again, I'll forego the bulk of my presentation in the interest of time, and I'll just list the restrictions. There are 3 of them, and I think that the last 2 have been omitted from this Development Service staff report and need to be added in. So the first restriction is limit the building size to 5,000 square feet. Number 2 is, in addition to the required buffer and screening, require the additional planting of a different tree species from the county's approved tree and hedge material list to be planted every 20 feet between the evergreen trees. And number 3, restrict the building setback to the north property line to 60 feet or greater. And the first restriction is listed in the Development Services staff report, but the second 2 are not. And with that, I will request your approval, and I'm available to answer any questions.
No questions. Thank you for that clarification. I wasn't aware of the other 2 restrictions, so we'll pick that up through Development Services. Development Services, please.
Good evening, Isis Brown, Hillsborough County Development Services. The request for 22-0456 is to rezone from an existing AS1 zoning district to the proposed commercial neighborhood CNR with restrictions. As stated by the applicant, the first restriction they're proposing is the 5,000, limiting the the building to 5,000 square feet. And that has been omitted in there. I did add the buffering. All right, the future land use of the property is residential 1. The current acreage is 2.56 acres. The density is 1 dwelling unit. Current density is 1 dwelling unit per acre. The proposed would be a FAR of 0.2%, which is approximately 22,307 square feet, but he has limited that to 5,000. The site is located in an area which comprises a mixture of uses to include agricultural use, single-family, residential, and planned development with commercial general uses and commercial neighborhood uses. The immediate surrounding area consists of properties with Res 1, future land use categories to the north and east, Res 2 to the south, and Res 4 to the west. The Res 1, Res 2, and Res 4 future land use categories has the potential to promote agricultural, single-family, and some commercial, office, and multi-purpose uses. The site to the north property is zoned PD 870224, which has commercial type uses. The other adjacent properties are zoned AS1 to the north and east, and the ASC to the west. Therefore, the compatibility perspective, the most potentially impact parcels would be the AS1 parcels to the north and east, and the ASC1 zone parcels to the west. Per LDC section 6.06.06A and section 6.0606C1-4, a 20-foot buffer type B, 6-foot fence wall and hedges and 10-foot evergreen trees planted on the 20-foot centered will be required along the northeast out of the subject parcel. The CN zoning district permits up to 5.0.2 FAR, which equates to up to 22,307 square feet based on the 2.56 acre subject parcel. The applicant has proposed a restricted uses to include that the commercial property will only be maximized to 5,000 square feet. With the proposed restrictions, the size and depth of the parcel in relation to the other commercial uses would create a zoning development pattern that is consistent with the existing zoning development pattern on the commercial uses in the zoning districts in the area. Based on the above considerations and restrictions, staff finds the rezone approvable. I am available for any questions.
Ms. Brown, I just want to clarify for the record that you agree that the 3 restrictions, the first one is listed in the staff report, but the restriction 2 and 3, that as what they were read by Mr. Wright, that you agree that those are the 3 restrictions applicable to this zoning, correct?
Correct.
All right. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. We'll go to the Planning Commission.
To say so.
All right. Thank you. Planning Commission, please.
Hi, this is Jillian Massey with Planning Commission staff. The subject site is located in the Residential 1 future land use category. It's located in the rural area and not within the limits of any community plan. Residential 1 surrounds the subject site to the north and east. The Residential 2 future land use category is located to the south of the subject property. Directly west of the subject site and on the west side of North Valrico Road is the Residential 4 future land use category. This Residential 4 area is also within the urban service area, which ends to the west of the subject property. Future land use element objective 16 and its accompanying policies require the protection of existing neighborhoods through various mechanisms. 16.1 restricts incompatible land uses through the use of commercial locational criteria by limiting the development in residential future land use categories to a neighborhood scale and by requiring buffering areas. and screening devices between unlike land uses. The applicant is proposing a 5,000 square foot limitation on building size, which will keep the future development of the property at neighborhood scale, consistent with policy direction. The site meets commercial locational criteria as it is located at the node of a major intersection, East Wheeler Road and North Valrico Road, which is consistent with policy direction and future land use element policy 16.1. The proposed zoning of CNR is also consistent with policy direction of future land use element policy 16.1, as this neighborhood commercial zoning district in proposed in a residential future land use category. The applicant will also be required to provide for buffering and screening above the land use development code requirements for the added restrictions of the approval between the proposed CN zoning and the AS1 zoning to the north, consistent with policy direction that helps to ensure compatibility of unlike land uses. Because the site meets commercial locational criteria, which is policy direction that strives to direct non-residential development to major intersections, the proposed rezoning is also consistent with objective 22 of the future land use element and its accompanying policies. Overall, the proposed rezoning would allow for a development that is consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan. And based upon these considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed rezoning consistent. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Is there anyone in the room or online that would like to speak in support of this application? Seeing no one, anyone in opposition to this request? No one. Mr. Grady, anything else?
Nothing further.
All right, Mr. Wright, anything before we close?
No, nothing further. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Then with that, we'll close rezoning 22-0456 and go to the next case.
The next item is agenda item C3, rezoning standard 22-0557. The applicant is DMR Elite Holdings. The request is to rezone from RC3 with a mobile home overlay to a business professional office. Isis Brown will provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant.
All right, is the applicant here? Is the applicant here for rezoning 22-0557? It's agenda item C3. Do we have any information on the applicant?
I would suggest at this point, we can move on to the next item and we can see if we can contact the applicant to find out.
All right, so we'll hold rezoning 22-0557 in search of the applicant, and we'll move to the next case.
C4 was continued at the beginning of the agenda, so the next item is agenda item C5, rezoning standard 22-0789. The applicants is Jeffrey and Jamie Peck. The request is rezoned from AR to RDC 12. Chris Grandalanar will provide staff recommendation at the presentation by the applicant.
All right, is the applicant here? Good evening. You could start by giving us your name and address, please.
Name is Jeffrey Peck, 4208 Estevez Lane, Tampa.
Okay. Good evening. If you want to tell us a little bit about your application, why you're rezoning.
So we're rezoning to, we want to put a duplex on the house. We want to knock it down, a single family house and make it, we actually want to probably subdivide and put 2 duplexes there, but we got to start with rezoning to duplex first.
That is how it works. Let me just turn to, we skipped a couple cases, so let me just get to my notes. I don't think I have any questions for you.
Okay.
I don't. Did you have anything you wanted to add?
No.
Pretty simple. All right. If you could please sign in with the clerk's office. I appreciate you coming down.
Thank you.
Development Services, please.
Good evening, Chris Grandalanar again, planner with Development Services. Presenting our standard rezoning 22-0789. The applicant is proposing to rezone from the existing AR to RDC 12 residential duplex conventional. The approximate 0.37 acre property is currently zoned AR, agricultural rural. The parcel has a single family residence on the lot The subject parcel is located at 4208 Estevez Lane. The area consists of single-family residential. The subject parcel is directly adjacent to residential zoned AR to the north, south, and west. To the east, across Estevez Lane is a vacant lot zone PD 20-0382 with an allowable use of single-family and multifamily residential and commercial. The property is in the urban service area. The subject property is designated urban mixed use 20 on the future land use map. The Planning Commission finds the proposed use consistent with the comprehensive plan. Surrounding uses are similar to the request, residential. Also, the PD property across Estevez Lane has an allowable use, a single family and multifamily residential, which makes the area conducive to higher density two-family residential. Therefore, the rezoning of the subject parcel from AR to RDC 12 would be consistent with the existing zoning pattern of the area. Based on the urban mixed use 20 future land use classification, the surrounding zoning and development pattern, and the proposed uses for the RDC 12 zoning district, staff finds the request approvable. That concludes my staff report. I'm glad to answer your questions you have.
None at this time, but thank you. Planning Commission, please.
Hi, this is Jillian Massey with Planning Commission. The subject site has a future land use designation of urban mixed use 20. It's in the urban service area and within the limits of the Sacramento Community Plan and is generally located in the area east of Interstate 75. Objective 16 and its accompanying policies require the protection of established neighborhoods and that proposed development be compatible with the development pattern in the surrounding area. Compatibility may be achieved through various tools such as site planning, buffering, and screening. As noted, the applicant changed their original request from RMC 16 to RDC 12 to comply with appropriate buffering and setback standards. Policies 16.8, 16.10, and 16.11 require new development, infill, and redevelopment to be compatible to the surrounding area in character, lot size, and density. In this case, this proposal is consistent with the general character of the surrounding area, which is transitioning to higher density and intensity of uses. Although the nearby parcels on the west side of the site are currently single-family residential, the density proposed is an appropriate transition from lower density to a higher density going eastward, especially in the UMU 20 future land use category that anticipates this area will ultimately be urban in character. The proposed development is also consistent with Goal 2 of the Sacramento Community Plan that seeks to provide quality residential development and supports infill development that is compatible with the surrounding area. Duplex units are an appropriate use of the existing parcel that will provide a middle range of housing types that will be adjacent to the future multifamily on the east side. And based upon these considerations, the Planning Commission staff finds the proposed rezoning consistent with the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Is there anyone in the room or online that would like to speak in support? Anyone in favor? Seeing no one, anyone in opposition to this request? No one. All right. Mr. Grady, anything else?
Nothing further.
All right. Nothing from the applicant, I assume? All right. And with that, we'll close rezoning 22-0789 and go to the next case.
The next item is agenda item C6, rezoning standard 22-0829. The applicant's RU Project Management Group LLC. The request is to rezone from ASC 1 to RSC 6. Chris Grandin-Lenar will provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant.
Good evening.
Good evening. Rulon Dono, Cristino 2, West Bush Boulevard. We are proposing to rezone two parcels that is current AC1 to RAC6. The two parcels they are on south of the 16th Street. One is a vacant lot. This is a 0.41 acres or plus. And the second parcel is on the south. That is a development with residential. And this parcel is 0.31. Okay, that is the red line is approximately divided the two parcels, and we can continue. All the properties that are on the north side are developing with RSC6. I would like to have this one here. This is okay. This is the proposed subject property, the two parcels. That's AAC1 zoning. We are proposing to rezone to RSC. All on the north parcels are already RSC6. Around the property, there is a PD. It is consistent with RSC9 zoning standard. We have on the area also another properties that are RSC6. You can go to the next. That's a sample of the property that are RSC6 on the area. According with the report for the staff, they say that when we deliver, we have ready the zoning for RSC6, we need to connect to the water. We found all around the property that is a water connections that we can have plugged to that one. You can see the hydrant that is exactly on the property. And I think that that's all. If you have any questions.
So you will connect to water and sewer?
Yeah.
I understand. No questions. Thank you. If you could
Okay,
please sign in
thank-
with the clerk's office.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And if you'd like to submit those documents, you're more than welcome to. All right, we'll turn to development services.
Good evening, Chris Graham-Leonard again, planner with Development Services. Here presenting application 22-0829. The applicant is proposing to rezone from the existing ASC1 agricultural single-family conventional to RSC6 residential single-family conventional. The approximate 0.73 acre property is comprised of two parcels, both zoned ASC1. The parcel to the north is vacant. The parcel to the south has a single-family residence. The subject parcels are located on the south side of 16th Avenue South and a Margaret Street intersection. The area consists of single-family residential and some agricultural. The properties are located in the urban service area. The subject parcel is directly adjacent to single-family residential zoned ASC1 to the south, east, and west. Single-family residential zoned RSC6 is located to the north across South 16th Avenue. The subject property is designated residential 9 on the future land use map. The Planning Commission found the proposed use consistent with the comprehensive plan. The surrounding uses are similar to the request, residential. Also located across 16th Avenue South from the subject parcels are single-family residential homes, also zoned RSC6. Therefore, the rezoning of the subject parcel from ASC1 to RSC6 would be consistent with the existing zoning pattern of the area. Based on the residential 9 future land use classification, the surrounding zoning and development pattern, and the proposed uses of the RSC6 zoning district, staff finds the request approvable. That concludes my staff report. Glad to answer any questions you may have.
None at this time, but thank you. Planning Commission.
Hi, this is Jillian Massey with the Planning Commission staff. As mentioned, the site is located in the residential 9 future land use category. It's in the urban service area and within the limits of the Greater Palm River Community Plan. The subject site is surrounded by the residential 9 future land use designation to the north, east, south, and west. Surrounding uses include single-family residential and vacant residential land. The proposed RSC6 zoning district in the urban service area is compatible with the existing character of development in the area, as it is located on a collector roadway and surrounded by other single-family dwellings. The applicant requests to change the zoning district to develop the site under RSC6 standards consistent with the surrounding single-family developments. The proposed density is consistent with the densities, particularly at the intersection of Maydell Drive and on the north side of South 16th Avenue. Therefore, the proposal meets policy 1.4 of the future land use element. The application is consistent with objective 12 and policy 12-1 4.1 of the community design component, as well as objective 16 and its accompanying policies of the future land use element regarding neighborhood protection and designing developments to fit the character of the neighborhood. The subject site meets the intent of the Greater Palm River Community Plan. The plan has the goal of promoting and providing for opportunities for compatible, well-designed public use, residential, and business growth and jobs. The proposed rezoning will support the strategy of encouraging new infill development with a potential density that is compatible with the surrounding area. And based upon these considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed rezoning consistent with the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate your testimony. Is there anyone in the room or online that would like to speak in support? Anyone in favor? Seeing no one, anyone in opposition to this request? No one. All right, Mr. Grady, anything else?
Nothing further.
All right, ma'am, you have the last word if you'd like. You don't have to take it. All right, thank you. Then with that, we'll close rezoning 22-0829 and go to the next case.
The next item is agenda item C7, rezoning standard 22-0980. The applicant is Rachel Stoll. The request is rezoned from ASC 1 to RSC 4. Chris Grandilenar will provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant.
Good evening.
Good evening, zoning hearing master. My name is Tu. My office address is 14031 North Del Mabry Highway, Tampa, Florida 33618. I'm here representing the applicant. The applicant owns a parcel having folio number 0866665.0000 located at 2716 Durant Road in Valerico. The subject parcel comprises of 1.53 acres of total land and is currently zoned ASC 1 with a future land use of R4. It is in the urban service area. Water and sewer are available on Durant Road and South St. Cloud. The applicant wishes to rezone the parcel from ASC 1 to RSC 4 to allow for 3 single-family lots with RSC 4 development standards. The subject parcel has an existing single-family home which will remain and is currently using well and septic. The proposed 2 new lots, lots 2 and 3, will connect to county sewer and water with a point of connection on Durant Road or South St. Cloud. The adjacent properties to the north and west of the subject site are zoned ASC 1 with a future land use designation of R4. The adjacent properties to the east of the subject site are zoned CN and RSC 6 with a future land use designation of R4. The property to the south of the subject site is zoned RSC 6 with a future land use designation of R4. Therefore, the proposed rezoning to RSC 4 zoning district is consistent and compatible with the surrounding area. We concur with staff's recommendation of approval and the Planning Commission's recommendation of consistent. Therefore, we respectfully request your approval for this petition. Thank you.
Thank you. If you could please sign in with the clerk's office. Development Services.
Chris Grandilenar again, Development Services. We're here to present standard rezoning 22-0980. The applicant is rezoning from the existing ASC 1 agricultural single-family conventional to RSC 4 residential single-family conventional. The approximate 1.53 acre property is zoned ASC 1. The parcel has a single-family residence on the lot. The subject parcel is located at 2716 Durant Road. The applicant proposes to rezone from ASC 1 to RSC 4 to allow for an additional 2 single-family lots for a total of 3, which will be subdivided. As noted in my staff report, which is in the record, the mathematical maximum under the RSC 4 district, given the size of the parcel, is 6 units. The area consists of single-family residential and commercial. The property is located in the urban service area. The subject parcel is directly adjacent to single-family residential zoned ASC 1 to the north and west. Single-family residential zoned RSC 6 and PD 01-0291 is located to the south across Durant Road. A gas station zoned CN commercial neighborhood is across South St. Cloud Avenue to the east. The subject property is a designated R4 on the residential 4 on the future land use map. The Planning Commission found the proposed use consistent with the comprehensive plan. The surrounding uses are similar to the request residential. Therefore, the rezoning of the subject parcel from ASC 1 to RSC 4 would be consistent with the existing zoning pattern of the area. Based on residential 4 future land use classification, the surrounding zoning and development pattern, and the proposed uses for the RSC 4 zoning district, staff finds the request approvable. That includes my staff report. I'll be glad to answer any questions you may have.
None at this time, but thank you. Planning Commission, please.
Hi, this is Jillian Massey with Planning Commission staff. As mentioned, the site is located in the residential 4 future land use category. It's in the urban service area, and it's not within the limits of any community plan. The subject site is surrounded by the residential 4 future land use category. According to policy 1.2 of the future land use element, properties in the urban service area need to develop at densities of 4 dwelling units or more to direct growth in areas where urban infrastructure is readily available. The proposed RSC 4 zoning will allow the property to be developed at 4 dwelling units per acre for approximately a total of 6 dwelling units. The future land use element, objective 8, policy 8.1, objective 9, policy 9.1 and 9.2 requires development to be consistent with the future land use category and to be consistent with the character of the area. The subject site is surrounded by residential neighborhoods with predominantly single family uses. The lot sizes in the area range from an acre to a quarter acre. The proposed rezoning is compatible with the development pattern in the vicinity and should not have any adverse impacts on the surrounding area. The proposed rezoning helps protect the existing neighborhoods by proposing single-family use and by not expanding the commercial neighborhood zoning that is located to the east. And based upon these considerations, the Planning Commission staff finds the proposed rezoning consistent with the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for Unincorporated Hillsborough County. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Is there anyone in the room or online that would like to speak in support of this application? Seeing no one, is there anyone in opposition that would like to speak? In the room, online, no one. All right, Mr. Grady?
Nothing further.
All right, the applicant, anything else? All right, then with that, we'll close rezoning 22-0980 and go to the next case.
The next item is agenda item D1, rezoning PD 22-0075. The applicant is Madman A. Tampa, Sarasota, LLC. The request is to rezone from AR to planned development. Israel Monsanto will provide staff recommendation at the presentation by the applicant.
All right, is the applicant here? Good evening.
Good evening, Cami Corbett with the law firm of Hill, Ward and Henderson. We do have a lot of information to go through this evening, so I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Ms. Isabel Albert for the presentation.
Thank you so much. Good evening.
Thank you. Good evening. Isabel Albert with Half Associates, 1000 North Ashley Drive, Suite 900. Next, please. So what we have before you tonight is a rezoning to a planned development. The site is may know it as the Ace Golf Range. It's off of Boyette Road and Bell Shoals Road. It is in the Riverview area in the urban service area. The properties around us to the east, we have some residential development about, 200 feet away. And then we also have a stormwater pond that is the result of the expansion of Boyette Road. To the west, we have a Hillsborough County pump station. And then to the south, we have some residential. Next, please. So just to give you an overall look of the area, we have our site is bisected by a 160-foot wide TICO easement. And so that kind of forces the development along Boyette Road to be non-residential on the north side of the Boyette Road. As seen here, it's either commercial or we have some churches. We have some BPO and commercial neighborhood uses there. On the south side, there's some older residential development that's existing, but also we have the St. Stephen Catholic School church there, as well as commercial uses along Bellshield Road. Next, please. So this is just in general, the surrounding residential is residential 4 for future land use, and the planned development and the commercial and BPO uses along Boyette Road as described, and then a residential development with the RSC3 and larger lot on the north side of Boyette Road of the TICO easement. Next, please. So this is just to give you an idea since 2004. This is around the area where the golf range came in and did their development. You see the existing residential to the south, to the northeast, and then we have all along the west, we have the existing residential. You'll also see the parcel St. Stephen is starting to develop to do their school. Now, if you go further to most recently, which you'll see on the next slide, please. Really, not much has been occurring since then. And you'll see this is only the St. Stephen's. We have the Hillsborough County pump station located just adjacent to us. We also have the new church uses and the schools also on the south side of Boyette Road. The only residential in the area that's been developed really is just to the north of the Tico easement area shown in the yellow. And this is if you go to the next slides, please. You'll see if you look at the bigger picture, Boyette is really the main east-west arterial doing, I-75, 301, Bell Shoals, and Lithia. Bell Shoals and 301 are really the only two streets that go all the way north to Bloomingdale. And looking at it, we have the Alafaya River that kind of separates us from this area from the rest of the, from the rest of the development in the area. We have a lot of natural resources, the Alafaya River, as you can see in the green, and other nature preserve in the area. Next, please. But one thing that's major that was changed back in 2010. This is an aerial from 2010 on the upper side. It's a 2-lane roadway. Boyette was a 2-lane roadway. Our site was there, and there was like a turn lane. So you really only had 3 lanes there. But since then, this area has been developed as a lighted intersection. It's now a 4-lane. It has additional 3 turn lanes. So this is an ideal site to be developed, more than what it could be today. And so looking at that, we came up with this concept. Next, please. We looked at it also in a bigger area. And really, it's the one last piece that could be developed, that could be well developed for this area. It's sort of like an infill development for residential and commercial opportunities. And it's providing a different types of, we thought we could provide a different types of housing types for new homeowners. Next, please. And so with that, we came with this concept. This concept has provided to have townhomes on the north side of the Tico easement, as it was seen in the other development area around us. And on the south side, it's just maintaining the existing commercial building, commercial development that's there. The Ace Golf Range, it is a recreational area, but it really functions as a commercial business. And people are familiar with that site as a commercial business. And therefore, we, looking at the development overall, in the residential for future land use, we wanted to have a density bump up to the residential 6 to be able to develop a proper townhome development. But by doing that, we use the density bonus request. And for that, we need to have like 3 uses. So 3 non-residential, 2 non-residential uses and 1 residential use. But by adding or by reintroducing the commercial and the office, we also had to request a waiver to commercial location criteria. And so by working with staff for over 6 months now, we've been working a lot with staff in order to come up with some development that they felt would be comfortable for the area. Considering it did not meet commercial location criteria, but they also recognize that Boyette Road is an active node at this area. There's an existing commercial use there, and therefore thought that with some restricted commercial use, as you can see, they would be able to support and find this site supportable. Part of that also looking at it, We will introduce conditions, additional conditions. One of them was just to specify the type of fencing on the north side of the TICO easement. We heard from the neighbors that they did not want a pure white PVC fence, considering the existing vegetation in the area, which I do have to point out, and I'm sorry, I failed to say that to the north side of us and to the east side of us, we have a preserve area. On the east side, we have a 50-foot easement preserve area from the preserve access to the area on the north side of us. And so with that natural vegetation, we felt that, their concern about having a white PVC fence was understandable, and therefore we are going to introduce a conditions. It's going to be like a non-white Trek style 6-foot fence. So we are going to be submitting that. And we also, had the restriction to the development height and the style with additional architectural features. Part of the density bonus to have the 3 uses, staff, in a discussion with staff, Planning Commission staff wanted some kind of timing mechanism, which is not something that is typically found in the comprehensive plan for a density bonus, but they wanted to assure that the development of the commercial was going to be happening. And understanding what they want, we are going to propose a different condition that has been proposed in the past, has been supported in the past, and it's basically the idea of making sure that the development of the commercial site that's existing, but the redevelopment of a commercial site is going to occur. Now, I'm just presenting this because this is something that we wanted to present to the board, but I'm just going to enter that into the record just to be considered.
Is that something that's proposed? I have a revised staff report. Is that something that's proposed?
That is not, no.
And so are you going to explain how that works, the timing of it?
I will explain, to explain the timing of it, basically, the Planning Commission position was that you have to have a percentage of housing units, I believe top of my head was like 56 or 58. And after that, anything, the commercial had to be built and developed. Our proposed was to have the residential developed, and then the commercial portion of it was going to be basically pad ready, have the utilities, have the access, main access, have the parking area, the ponds, all of that, but just to be ready for a commercial or business or to be interested to come and see how it's ready.
So you're saying that all 86 townhomes would be built.
Correct.
And the infrastructure would be in place, but it wouldn't be vertical in any way.
Correct.
I see.
Correct.
And the Planning Commission has accepted that?
No, they have not. And this is why it's something that we're going to be presenting. I understand the Planning Commission, what's currently in the record is, I was going to talk about that the next slide, but
Okay.
We can go just to the next slide.
Sure.
Obviously, the Planning Commission is supporting the application that is in front of you, that with the conditions that are in front of you. I understand we all talked about it, but we feel like it's actually a better proposition of condition that feels that would work better for the site. And these conditions, I will enter them into the record and I will give you a copy of it.
Okay. So you have this drafted, this proposed condition?
Correct.
Okay. All right.
Correct.
Remind me how the condition reads now in terms of, is there a timing mechanism?
If you look at 1.4, condition 1.4,
Okay.
it talks about after
There's
so
the
many,
58.
yes.
I see.
And for such a small site, it's a bit difficult to do so. But however, we understand the concerns of Planning Commission, and we're proposing an alternate condition that we feel still would meet the intent. The goal is to develop the commercial, make sure the commercial is developed. That is not always going to stay vacant. And knowing the site, knowing how the site is already used as a commercial, the demand for it, we feel that having a site-ready, pad-ready site is better and provides more opportunities for different developers. As we could see, we have all these different conditions, 2,500 square feet of blah, 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 blah. If we build it already, we already limited a lot of our end users. And so by having it pad ready, that's showing them, hey, we can work with you, we would have a lot more options of interest for commercial, non-residential development.
Was the Planning Commission aware of this condition before tonight's hearing?
We submitted it. We've been we just submitted at 4:00, and the planning commission has informed me that they were not supporting that condition.
I see.
We understood that. This is something we wanted to have it into the record in order to be able to discuss it.
Okay. All right. Does that complete your presentation?
That completes my presentation. We have next presenter too.
Can I just ask you one question before
Sure.
you leave, because it's a land use question? The existing golf course driving range, just give me a snapshot of the uses. It's not just a driving range, is my understanding.
There's
other
retail,
uses.
there's retail there. I mean, it's like a traditional when you walk in, and the owner is here and he will all be speaking.
How long has that use been there approximately?
When I looked at it, he could be a better person to answer that, but
I'm just looking for a year approximately.
20,
I'm sorry?
2003.
2003 is when they
My
first-
aerial was 2004.
All right. And it has lighting, it operates at night?
Yes.
Okay. All right. That ended my questions. Thank you.
My little birdie here.
Yes. If you could please sign in with the clerk's office.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Hi, good evening. Abby Naylor, 14706 Tudor Chase Drive, Tampa. I'm with Naylor Environmental Solutions, and I'm the environmental consultant on the project. There's slides associated. It should be the same. I think they just are next slides. Thank you. So I just wanted to discuss the environmental considerations for the project. It being at an active driving range, there aren't much in terms of wetlands on the site. There are some right along the fringe. They'll be completely avoided. We've completed a protected species survey on site, and there will be no protected species impacts associated with the proposed plan. As discussed, the current condition is an active driving range and with a net surrounding, the limits of the driving range. I just wanted to show you kind of a picture perspective. It's what you would expect, kind of a mode, driving range. Next slide, please. What I wanted to address is, we are aware that there's a preserve adjacent to the site. There's an access road that runs along the east side of the east driving range, and then predominantly the preserve is located north of the driving range. Knowing the sensitivity of this preserve area and its importance to Hillsborough County, we've incorporated into the design to have the floodplain mitigation compensation area directly adjacent to that preserve, and then proposing to actually plant that floodplain area with native species where feasible. In addition to that, there's even additional buffer. Obviously, we need stormwater associated with the development, and we've located that stormwater adjacent to the floodplain compensation. So any impervious surface would be quite a distance from the existing preserve. On the west side, approximately 213-foot buffer, and then on the east side, 340 feet. A football field is including the end zones is 360 feet. So that's a pretty, significant buffer from the existing preserve, knowing to separate those townhomes from that habitat to the north. Is knowing what the existing condition is, being the driving range. I see that floodplain mitigation area and stormwater really being a net improvement in terms of what's occurring adjacent to the preserve at this time.
Okay.
That's all I have.
Thank you.
Any
so
questions?
Much. No, not at
Okay.
this time, but
Okay.
thank you. If you could please sign in. Mr. Corbett, does that complete your presentation?
Can be corporate for the record. Yes, it does.
Okay, thank you so much. We'll go to Development Services.
Good evening. Israel Monsanto Development Services. The property existing use is a recreational golf course. Uses in the surroundings today consist of residential detached homes, residential support uses such as churches and schools, a water pump station adjacent to the west, and a nature reserve known as the Myron and Helen Gibbons Nature Preserve. Further along the east is land owned by Hillsborough County containing a large water retention pond. The request tonight is to rezone the subject site from agricultural rural to a planned development to allow up to 86 townhomes, single family attached with a density bonus within parcel 1 of the provided site plan, This parcel 1 is located north of an existing TICO easement, and also up to 20,000 square feet of limited commercial neighborhood from 3 distinct uses categories in parcel 2, which is south of the TICO easement. This parcel is along Boyette Road. In order to achieve 86 residential units, which is at 6 dwelling units per the acre, the applicant is utilizing policy 19.3, which provides incentives to encourage mixed-use development by providing at least 3 uses on site, which in turn will permit density and floor area ratios up to the next land use category, where 2 uses shall be non-residential uses. The non-residential uses have been classified into 3 groups, as noted in the staff report. The applicant met with staff and is proposing a list of size and development that could be considered where at least 2 uses shall be developed in parcel 2, 1 use from either group, where no 2 uses are chosen from the same group. The applicant is also committed to limiting the height to 1 story and architecturally finished on all 4 sides with a residential-like appearance for the non-residential portion of the site. The uses proposed by the applicant are low-scale neighborhood commercial, office, professional, and medical, assisted living facilities, and daycare or pet care. The uses are broken into 3 groups. Group A, which generally consists of retail commercial with no drive-through. These are ranging from 2,500 square feet to 10,000 square feet of maximum building space. Group B, consisting of office, limited to 10,000 square feet and no 24 hours operations. And then the Group C, which is residential support, limited to 10,000 square feet, in this case, daycare or pet care, and a community residential home or memory care, type C. The applicant requested a waiver to the additional 2 foot of building setback for every foot above 20 feet in height per the Land Development Code section 60101 and note number 8, but that this is only along the west, where the adjacent use is the Tampa Bay water facility. The staff finds the request justifiable since there is no compatibility concerns with that adjacent use. The applicant is not requesting the required additional setback for the proposed structure along the east to be waived adjacent to the nature reserve and will maintain a total of 35 feet of setback. Along the east, in parcel 1 as well, the project will provide 10 feet of buffer with type B screening and a solid fence where 5 feet of buffer with type A screening is required by the code. Parcel 2, containing the non-residential uses, will conform with the development standards of commercial neighborhood standards with single-story structures. The applicant is also committed to a timing mechanism as stated by the applicant and as noted in condition 1.4 that would guarantee the development of all proposed uses and comply with the mixed-use objective and policies from comprehensive plan. Staff has received letters of concerns and opposition from area residents, the Tampa Bay Conservancy, and the Sierra Club. The letters express concerns with traffic generated by the proposed development, school capacity, noise, impacts to the nature reserve, increasing density, introduction of commercial uses in the area, impacts to water supply, and reduction of setbacks buffer from the natural preserve along the east. The applicant has amended this application compared to the original request and reduced the intensity of the non-residential uses, restricted square footage of the daycares and other uses, eliminated school uses, and will maintain the required buffer setback along the east, which is actually more than what the Land Development Code requires. For the submitted site plan, retention ponds will be placed along the east in parcel 2 and also along the north in parcel 1. And this is adjacent to the preserve, and vegetation will be preserved subject to natural resources review and approval along the eastern side and north. As part of the site development review process, the developer is required to provide wildlife environmental studies in accordance to the Land Development Code. The project will be conditioned requiring that water distribution system improvements will need to be completed prior to connection to the county's water system by this future development. No building permits that would create a demand for water service will be issued until the completion of 2 county-funded capital improvement programs projects in South County are put into operation. Stormwater design and construction will be subject to review and approval by the Site Development Review section as established in the Land Development Code to ensure the project will capture all stormwater on site only. The proposed plan development plan shows areas for future retention ponds. Comments from the school board state that school concurrency review will be issued prior to preliminary plat or site plan approval. The school board also indicated that this time additional capacity at the middle and high school level exists in adjacent service areas to accommodate the proposed project, and capacity exists in the elementary school level for this area. There are wetland presence on the site. However, the Environmental Protection Commission reviewed the proposed site plan and does not object. No impacts to wetland or setbacks are shown on the proposed plan. The Conservation and Environmental Lands Management reviewed this rezoning petition and has no comments. Transportation staff does not object to this request and proposes conditions for site access and road improvements along Boyette Road. The area is a mix of mostly residential single-family detached and low-scale commercial and office uses. Residential support uses such as schools and churches are also commonly found in this area. The proposed project scale and design would ensure that it's compatible with the surrounding development pattern and land uses. Intensive uses are being restricted from the proposed development. Staff from the Planning Commission has evaluated this request and has found it consistent and sees no compatibility issues as the adjacent use is public institutional. A waiver to the commercial locational criteria has been requested, and Planning Commission staff recommends approval of the waiver. Based on the above consideration, the staff recommends approval with condition, and this is based on the conditions that we have submitted on the record already. And Planning Commission will speak to that proposed changes. I need to note also that there is also a staff report correction that has been handed to you. I believe there is a typo on condition number 4. The buffer along the east in parcel 1 should be 10 feet as proposed by the applicant and also as noted in the site plan on the record. And right now it states 20 feet, so it should be 10 feet.
On condition number 4, you said?
Correct.
See that?
Correct.
See that correction? Okay. Mr. Monsanto, I had a question about Ms. Albert's testimony and the submittal of this revised condition 1.4. Are you aware of this? Have you seen it?
Yes, we received it today, as Ms. Albert stated, around 4 today. And we have concerns with that proposed change because our reports are being filed, and that condition was predicated on basically the conversation with Planning Commission, and that's the requirement to this project to have the bonus density and also to ensure that the 3 uses will be in place when all is developed.
Because as you're aware, the revised condition takes out that timing altogether. Does that change the development services recommendation for this application?
Yes, if that condition is removed, then development services staff has concerns because that's not consistent with what was proposed, and also it's not consistent with the comprehensive plan.
All right. Anything further, Mr. Grady, you wanted to add?
Nothing further. I think, again, in Planning Commission can address this. I think that was an issue for consistency to obtain the density bonus. And again, if Planning Commission were not to recommend approval of the infill density bonuses, then, obviously staff would likewise not be supportive of it. So again, it goes back to, what's necessary for purposes of meeting the intent of the density bonus, which again, the Planning Commission can address further. I would also note, I think, just a clarification regarding the proposed condition 4. Collectively, on our end, staff feels I think there might be a typo, and they may have meant to say non-white Trex style EX instead of EK. And if that's the case, we believe what the intent is that type of style provides for is, even though it's not a wood fence or it has a look of a natural wood look. So we would propose that it says Trex style, which provides for a natural look of a wood, just to clarify what the intent of that is. And so as on rebuttal, I would ask the applicant to clarify that and see if they have any concerns with that provision.
We'll come back to them at the end. All right, fair enough. All right, then, Mr. Monsanto, that completes your presentation, correct?
Yes, correct.
All right, thank you so much for that. I appreciate it. We'll go to the Planning Commission.
Hi, this is Jillian Massey with the Planning Commission staff. The site is in the residential 4 future land use category. It's in the urban service area and within the limits of the Riverview Community Plan. The residential 4 future land use category surrounds the property and allows residential, suburban scale, neighborhood, commercial, office uses, and multi-purpose projects. Non-residential uses will need to meet locational criteria for specified land uses. The applicant's site plan indicates a floor area ratio of 0.19, which is consistent with future land use element objective 8. The proposed density of 6 dwelling units to the acre exceeds that permitted residential 1.4 future land use category. However, the applicant is proposing a mixed-use development that will utilize a bonus density outlined in future land use element policy 19.3. A condition has been placed on the proposed development to ensure all three uses are developed to comply with the bonus density criteria. Future land use element policy 16.10 refers to the compatibility of density increases, and goal 6 of the Riverview Community Plan seeks to protect the Alafaya River. The Alafaya River is to the north of the property, adjacent to the preservation area, and the property contains a small portion in the coastal high hazard area in the northeast corner. Commercial neighborhood uses have been proposed for the non-residential portion of the development in order to meet the density bonus provisions under future land use element 19.3. Staff has worked with the applicant to limit the commercial neighborhood uses to help protect the surrounding residential and natural preservation use, consistent with future land use element policy 16.3. Furthermore, non-residential is limited to the southern portion of the property as depicted on the proposed site plan. Residential is limited to the northern portion of the property, and no setback reductions have been proposed on the northern property boundary adjacent to the natural preservation areas. The proposed request is consistent with Objective 16 and Policy 16.3, which refers to the protection of existing neighborhoods. As previously mentioned, the area is mostly single-family detached residential with residential support uses and a preserve area. The proposed mix of uses will complement the area and blend architecturally. The subject site does not meet commercial locational criteria in accordance with Objective 22 and Policies 22.1 and 22.8. The site is located west and approximately 2,500 linear feet away from the node of Boyette Road and Bell Shoals Road, the nearest qualifying intersection. A waiver to the commercial locational criteria has been requested, and staff recommends approval of the waiver. One of the reasons being proposed as one of the reasons is the proposed commercial uses as a part of the mixed use development, and the proposed uses are limited to specific commercial neighborhood uses. The size of each use has been limited to no greater than 5,000 square feet for most uses and up to 10,000 square feet for specified uses, such as medical office or a specialty food store. The proposed list of uses has been thoroughly reviewed and selected to help complement the surrounding area and is not intended to introduce intensive retail uses. Objective 19 and Policy 19.2 indicates that a mixed-use development must be integrated. Policy 16.2 requires the gradual transition between uses. The applicant's site plan shows the commercial buildings are in the southern portion of the property facing south towards Boyette Road. The proposed site plan shows an integrated design to the residential located on the northern portion of the property and a gradual transition from the natural preservation area to the northeast, consistent with policy direction. And I just wanted to note for the record, previous discussions regarding the conditions of approval. Planning Commission staff, we filed our report with the understanding of the agreed upon conditions of approval, including condition 1.4. And this is mutually agreed upon between Planning Commission staff and the county and the applicant's representative. Changing that condition it undermines the connection between the proposed mixed-use density bonus and the required 3 uses to achieve this bonus. This is a substantial change to the project. It's not supported by Planning Commission staff. The support of the mixed-use density bonus is contingent on that condition, and as it is worded by the Development Services Department. So with that being said, Planning Commission staff does find the application consistent with the comprehensive plan, but subject to the conditions proposed by Development Services, particularly the wording of condition of approval 1.4, which creates a clear nexus between the comprehensive plan policy direction under objective 19 and the future land use element and the applicant's request for a mixed use density bonus. The proposed mixed use density bonus is contingent on that condition as written by the county, and changing that condition would result in the application being found inconsistent with the comprehensive plan. And that concludes my testimony.
Ms. Massey, just to make sure I understood it, there was a little breakup in the end of your presentation. So if the proposed 1.4 condition is changed to what the applicant submitted this evening, then the planning commission then would find the rezoning inconsistent with the comprehensive plan. Is that correct?
That is correct. The finding of consistent is based upon the agreed upon condition of approval and the way that it is currently worded.
All right, understood. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. I think you covered, I was going to ask you more about the policy 19.3 and the 3 land uses, but I think you explained that adequately for the record. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. All right, we'll turn to anyone who would like to speak in support. Anyone in favor? How many do we have? I see one coming who would like to speak. 2. Anyone online? Okay, good. 1 in opposition, but nobody online in support. Okay. If you want to, were you going to show those or are you just submitting them? Yes. Okay. If you'd like to show them, we have an overhead over here. You can, and then at the end, you can hand them to her and they'll be a part of the record. If you could start by giving us your name and address, please.
William Place, 610 Garrison Cove Lane, Tampa, Florida, 33602.
Okay. Thank you so much.
And I'm here with my wife, Sue Lee.
Good evening.
We are the property owners. We built the Ace Golf Range site in 2003 and have operated it for almost 20 years now. Turn that a little bit. I'm mainly here to talk about that condition, the timing condition, which I believe has some very unintended consequences and is not certainly not in the public benefit. I understand that this condition has gone into some other projects, large projects, where the builders actually didn't build the commercial. They were building hundreds of homes and at the very end didn't build the commercial piece, and they were in violation of the condition. This is a 17-acre project, okay? It can only succeed if all parts of it are built, and I'd like to tell you why and what our interest is in this. First of all, I'd like to point out, we have operated this as a commercial business. We do have a retail shop in there, miniature golf course, batting cages, driving range. The county put in, go to the next slide, please. Of course, they 4-lane the road here since we were built the driving range. And that light that you can see right there was put in, as well as a left turn lane, partially due because of the amount of traffic that we have coming in and out of our facility, which has particularly been substantial even since COVID. It's now, as you can see, is a very prime commercial site. It's nicely buffered. You can see that wall across the 4-lane highway. That's the subdivision there. They have a nice wall that separates them. And of course, the preserve that surrounds the property. And I might add, nobody ever goes into this preserve. It's wet. It is very difficult to access. It has no parking. We had offered parking to them as part of this project, and they did not want it. So while it's a very beautiful area, it is never visited. We've enjoyed it as a nice buffer for our property. Next slide, please. And I'd like to point out that one of the letters in opposition was from the community that's there in the upper right. I believe they're called Waterford. And the point of this slide is to show you we have 500 feet, actually 495 feet on that yellow line that shows from our property line to their nearest home. And that's through thick woods. They actually opposed our initial request to go in on this site. They said our lighting would shine in their windows and that birds would fly into the nets and be killed and so forth. And none of that has ever materialized. We even had opposition across the street from the residents there. And following our approval, they requested a crosswalk be put in so they could get over to our site. I understand there are some who are opposing us leaving now, as many did when we were asking to go in on this site. We're planning to retire after 20 years, so we're looking at options to sell this property for our retirement. There's a lot of cost if it were to stay as a driving range. It's 20 years old, there would need a lot of investment. We've had a lot of builders contact us wanting just to put townhomes on the entire site. Pulte, D.R. Horton, and others, and we turned that down because it never reached the figure that made sense given the investment we have in the golf range. So we've also had a lot of commercial offers for commercial development. At one point, we were under contract with a developer that was going to put in a Walmart neighborhood store. So that kind of gives you an idea of how, you know, commercial developers look at this. If Walmart's interested in it, it's got to be a pretty viable site. That they have actually ended up rethinking their brick and mortar strategy and they backed out of the deal. But we've also had doggy daycare, self-storage. We had a school. We even had a restaurant that was interested, but because of the condition of no drive-throughs, they decided not to pursue. So what I'm trying to say is there is no chance that this is not going to be developed. So we would truly meet all the county conditions without having this requirement that all the commercial has to be built and CO'd before the additional density is provided. That's in a many hundreds of home project, it's an inconsequential condition. But when you're only building 84 townhomes, you can't mobilize twice. You can't, and you got a chicken and the egg thing here where, residential attracts the commercial. And additionally, the builder is going to prepare all the commercial site, do all the utility stub outs to it. And so the chances of us saying, okay, we're going to put all that in, but then we're not going to build it, it just doesn't make sense. I understand why in a large project, perhaps it does, because, people do bad things. But in any case, I understand too for a builder to have to mobilize twice. So if you think about this, that condition says, okay, all the commercial has to go in and actually be CO'd before the builder can then build his remaining 30 townhomes. Now, the builder's not going to go in and do 54 and then wait, do 30 later. And then we wait for all of that before, for the commercial to be all developed before he can do all his project. It also drives the cost of the homes up. And this is affordable housing, townhomes. And it unnecessarily would delay the project as well for quite some time. Now, my interest, I want to get it all developed. I want to get out of our investment here. So we've actually retained a firm called Alliant Partners, a fourth generation firm out of Ybor City, who is going to do the commercial development. And I'd like to present a letter for the record of their position on that condition. Is that you?
You've got about 7 minutes left.
Okay, I'll try to be quicker. That eliminates a lot of the presentation since they're not here to state that. So, yeah, I just want to say that, this project would make no sense without the commercial. It doesn't make sense to withhold the residential until all the commercial is built. It will actually be far easier to find the best commercial uses. And we've been restricted pretty heavily as to what those uses can be. They need to be, fit very well in the neighborhood commercial uses. So that condition also kind of goes against enabling us to find the best uses that residents, we've polled the residents. So these are uses that the residents want. But again, if it throws the timing off, it could actually kill the project. Sometimes there's unintended consequences of conditions. And just to give you another example, I mean, we also have a condition that no drive-throughs can go in on the commercial. But it seems odd right now with what we've gone through with the pandemic that, you know, people are demanding drive-throughs. They don't want to go into crowded buildings. They want their food to go. So we've actually had to turn down commercial users. I know of a large sit-down restaurant that wanted to have a to-go drive-through because of the amount of to-go orders they have. We can't accommodate them now because of that condition. So I'm afraid that sometimes in trying to do some good things, we're also kind of hurting ourselves. And by saying no drive-throughs, you're restricting who can go in there and actually kind of going against the social norm at this point. Anyhow, we'd like to ask that staff reconsider that timing condition. Any questions?
My only question is, I see in the draft conditions that it contemplates the interim use of the current golf driving range. And so what is the timing of that? I understand you're the seller of the property. So if this were to be approved, are you planning to operate it until, you know, do you have some time frame for that? Perhaps simultaneous with the residential construction, or?
We would be operating up until the time that well, of course, there's permitting and so forth, the rest of the rezoning. We're anticipating maybe another year of operation until the residential builder has all his permits. As soon as they would need to start construction, of course, they're putting in the entry road that the commercial piece uses. And of course, all the commercial stub outs. So probably a year's time, but we would operate right up to that moment where they said, okay, it's now time to build.
Understood. Okay, that was my only question.
Okay.
Thank you for your testimony. I appreciate it. If you'd like to submit those into the record, they'll be part of it, and you can both sign in if you'd like.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. All right, seeing that was the only person to speak in support, is that correct? All right, we'll go to testimony in opposition. Did you want to speak in opposition? Okay, and I have one other person online, so we'll take you, sir, first.
Okay.
And because it's a maximum of 15 minutes, we'll give you, Robbie, if you could put it for 7.5 minutes.
Sure.
We'll
I'll
divide
be
the time
I'll
evenly.
be as quick as I can.
I appreciate that.
My name is James Anderson. I have a voice disability. It's called laryngeal dystonia.
Could
My
you
wife,
give us your address, please? I'm sorry.
it's 10514 Sedgebrook Drive
Perfect. Thank you so
in
much.
Riverview. My wife and I had a home built in 1999 on Sedgebrook Drive. I've lived in a home for 4 years. I do actually use a preserve that was talked about. Walk my dogs to Bell Creek. And before my older dog got old, I walked to the Alafai River. It was mentioned affordable housing. I'm not sure what that means. There's not a lot of affordable housing in Riverview. If you think of, I'm a retired firefighter, so if you think of fire, police, teachers, they're not really going to be able to afford this. Just going through the Planning Commission report, it doesn't meet the location criteria. On policy 1610, any density increase shall be compatible with existing surrounding development. If you look to the north, the south, east, and the west, none of the areas are anywhere close to this. They're asking for 6 units per acre. The community that I'm in, Boyette Springs, is 4 units per acre. And the others, if you look at page 4 of the application, the other densities are 1 dwelling unit for 5 acres to the north, 4 dwelling units per acre to the south, that's my community. 1 dwelling unit for 5 acres to the east. 1 dwelling unit for 5 acres to the west. And that's on page 4 of the application. If you go to page 7 of the planning report, on goal number 2, item number 4, mixed use. Focus and direct development towards walkable mixed-use town center. This is not a town center. This has a preserve to the right, and then, as I said, a drainage pond. To the left is the county facility. It's not a town center. Across the street is a community that's been there. That part of the community was probably built about 30 years ago. My brother first moved into the community in '98, so that part was already built. They would be using the same traffic light as Boyette Springs. Now, Boyette Springs, later on in the report, it says there's a school right across the street. The school's in Boyette Springs. It's on Sedgwick Drive. So the traffic backs up at this school every morning and every afternoon, and it backs up all the way out onto Boyette. So that light is already restricted from school traffic in the morning and in the afternoon. The proposed density, I'm on page 10, of 6 dwelling units per acre. In my opinion, it's just too dense for this area. And again, I already mentioned on page 10 that it says on the document from the planning, a school is located directly across the street on the south side of Boyette. No, it's located on Sedgwick Drive. Okay, next item. The subject site does not meet commercial location criteria CLC of Objective 22 and FLU policies 22.1, 22.8. And a waiver's been requested, but it hadn't been authorized. The development should wait for the waiver. And it is mixed-use development going in right across. I understand there's a wall there, but it's going right across from a residential community. And of course, the applicant's site plan shows commercial buildings on the southern part, so it's directly across from Boyette Springs. If they're going to allow the mixed use, it should be some written proviso requiring no variances for the businesses. Buffers on Boyette Road for Boyette Springs. That wall isn't a complete buffer. If you have commercial areas over there and there's a variance issued in later years, who knows what's going to go in there? Nobody does. And again, the commercial area is using the same traffic light as Boyette Springs and Boyette Springs Elementary. The density is currently 3 units for the 18 acres. They're going to 6 units. So they're going from a total of 3 to a total of 86. That's a huge increase across from a residential neighborhood. And the traffic that's going to come from this, if you look at the presentation, the document, you already have Boyette listed as level of service D, as in dog. You're adding 22, according to your document, 2,299 more cars. Most of my turns are at that traffic light across from this development going to the right on Boyette. And if I try to do that in the evening, the traffic is a standstill. It's a standstill now. And you're going to add 2,299 more two-way volumes every day to that.
Got about a minute left.
Okay. Again, I'd just like to highlight the 4 surrounding properties, 1 dwelling unit per 5 acre, 4 dwelling units per acre, 1 dwelling unit for 5 acres, and 1 dwelling unit per 5 acres. In the amount of additional daily trips, $22.99. I think that is it. Any questions?
I don't have any questions, but I appreciate you coming down in your testimony.
Sure, thank
If you could please sign in with the clerk's office. If you'd like to submit anything, you're more than welcome to. All right, seeing no one else in the room in opposition, we'll go to the person online.
Ethel, I believe you have to enable your camera. There we go. We can see you.
Good evening. My name is Ethel Hammer. My address is 19825 Angel Lane, Odessa, Florida 33556. But I'm here this evening representing the Tampa Bay Conservancy, and I am currently serving as the president of that organization. The Conservancy is a nonprofit organization that owns the 60-acre parcel of land that is adjacent and immediately to the north of this rezoning request. That property, known as the Myron and Helen Gibbons Nature Preserve, is a pristine riverine habitat on Bell Creek and the Alafai River. Recently, we were privileged to have this property nationally recognized as an old-growth forest by the Old Growth Forest Network. It is our premier property in Hillsborough County. It's a highly sensitive habitat with over 120 different species. It's a refuge for wildlife, and it contributes to the protection of water quality in the Alafai River. Wanted to make a couple comments about some of the statements that the owner of the adjacent property said. We do have parking. We have that 50-foot access strip into the preserve that affords quite a bit of parking for our visitors. We are not all wet. We wouldn't have been designated as an old growth forest if we were all wet. He made the statement that it's never visited. We have organized groups that come to the preserve. We collaborate with the Boy Scouts and the Girl Scouts for educational visits. Last year we were one of the sites that hosted the Florida Birding Festival. So we do have invited visitors to our preserve. The board of the Conservancy reviewed this rezoning application and voted unanimously to oppose it as presented. The basis for our objection is the intensity of the project and the potential impacts to the preserve. Both the increased density over what the comp plan permits and the introduction of commercial into the area would be objectionable and we feel would not be appropriate at this location. The introduction of commercial is not compatible with the surrounding residential development, nor is it compatible with the pristine environment of our preserve. Both the commercial and the increased density have the potential to bring increased unwanted foot traffic into the preserve, which could result in very negative impacts. And we have recently experienced vandalism to some of the structures in the preserve. We also would be concerned about the potential for increased noise that will result from the increased density of development. Basically, it is our position that the more intense the project, the more incompatible it will be to the preserve. We ask that you recommend denial of this application as submitted to protect the neighborhood and to protect the environmental treasure that we have in the Gibbons Preserve. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hammer, for your testimony. I appreciate it. All right, just one final check of anyone else that would like to speak in opposition. Seeing none, we'll close that portion of the hearing. We'll go back to Development Services. Mr. Grady, anything further?
Nothing further unless you have questions.
It just to go back to the question of the planning commission and the change in their finding if the proposed condition were to be implemented as part of the application, and then therefore that would change development services position as well. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. That is
And
just-
also just ask the applicant to clarify about the fencing condition that I spoke of earlier.
Okay, will do. All right, then we'll close that and we'll go to rebuttal. Ms. Corbett.
Yes, if I could briefly ask Ms. Naylor to come back to the podium, please, Kami Corbett for the record. And just ask you a question. In your professional opinion, and do we have your resume on file?
I have a copy of that.
Yes. Could you qualify yourself? And in your professional opinion, is this development incompatible with the nature preserve to the north?
I don't see that this development is incompatible
Ma'am,
given.
speak your name and address. for the
Yes, I'm
record.
sorry. Abby Naylor, 14706 Tudor Chase Drive, Tampa, Florida. I don't see that this development is incompatible with the adjacent land use, given the amount of additional buffer we're providing to that preserve. In the design, it was we heard and saw the comments back from the Sierra Club and the Tampa Bay Conservancy, and do recognize that that is a beautiful property and a valuable preserve for the area, providing that floodplain compensation and stormwater management system directly adjacent, providing a buffer from impervious development in the narrowest part at 213 feet and at the furthest distance 340 feet. I do believe that is a very compatible transition for the project.
All right, thank you so much.
you.
If you'd like to submit your resume into the record, you're more than welcome to.
And again, just briefly, obviously, the gentleman that was reading from the staff report, the conclusion of the staff report is that this development is compatible and consistent. So I would like to just state that. Speaking to, I just want to clarify something about the change to condition 1.4 and kind of how we got here. That policy interpretation of 19.3 and that timing mechanism that either does or doesn't exist in the comprehensive plan has been evolving over the last several years. The condition that we are proposing tonight is consistent with conditions proposed in other developments that have been approved. There was a recent, probably within the last 6 months, zoning that I actually handled for another client that was on Simmons Loop in 301, which is a large multifamily 464 unit development. And at the board hearing, the conditions of the zoning didn't have a timing mechanism at all, but it was the same thing. We were relying on his third use to do a density bump. And they, at the board hearing, that client was asked by one of the board members, would you agree to a condition that would limit the development of the density beyond the density bump and condition on a CO to the daycare, which was our proposed use? And for that client, who was the developer of the multifamily and the daycare, they were able to agree to a condition that they would not CO anything until the daycare was done, because that worked for them. They were going to pull all the permits of the multifamily. And so now here we find ourselves with staff now taking that condition from that zoning as now being the new guidepost as to when the timing mechanism should be in place. And so that's why our client and Madame and the property owner here were somewhat caught off guard, because in previous interpretations of policy point 19.3, what we are proposing for our timing mechanism was acceptable. And so, yes, we're here seeking a recommendation of approval from you. And if the only way that you feel comfortable doing that is based on the staff reports, we would ask that you do so. But the only way we could present our case to the Board of County Commissioners was to present this issue to you this evening.
Understood. I understand your point. I just want to ask, the proposed condition, which completely eliminates the timing as well as the commitment for the three uses. Because if you eliminate that, it reads condition number 1 just talks about it's a mixed use project and here's what you can do, but there's no commitment to actually developing the three uses.
The intent is that there would have to be 3 uses. So we couldn't just do one use and then 2 uses from one use group. We understand that So if the language on that is not clear, we understand that there do need to be 3 uses and are not trying to be cute and get out of that requirement.
Okay. But you understand as it's drafted, that the elimination of that requirement is gone with the proposed draft, in my opinion. But it be that I understand your intent in presenting the issue as it's unfolded tonight. And you understand the Planning Commission's testimony and then the corresponding development services change in recommendation if that were to go forward.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else you wanted to add?
I think we had some housekeeping with conditions.
Yes.
The fence, I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you were saying, the seeking of clarification.
We think there's a typo because the collective understanding of staff on our end is that you meant white Trex as an X, not K.
And non-white, yes.
Yeah, and then we think it's appropriate to have an explanation of what that intent of that, in our understanding, is Trex style is sort of like it provides for a natural look of wood. And so I think that explanation needs to be in the condition to sort of.
Yes.
This understands the intent is that it's not a wood or natural fence, but it's a material that has a look of wood. So it's not a white PVC fence because they didn't want so that was my understanding.
In the record, there are actually 2 photographs that were submitted into the record where someone who was in opposition specifically requested that non-white Trex style fence.
Yes.
And there are 2 photographs. And so we wouldn't have any objection to somehow incorporating those either onto the site plan or in some manner.
Yeah, we just need I think that kind of clarification is what is intended by that. So any reviewers would understand what is intended. So,
Yes, we can provide that clarification. And then also in the proposed conditions that Ms. Alberts submitted, she did not speak about our offer for the floodplain compensation area, have a 4-to-1 slope be planted with appropriate native species on 3-foot centers for herbaceous ground cover and 5-foot centers for shrubs and 10-foot centers for trees. And we are also offering that condition. I just want to make sure that that was said into the record.
Okay, understood. All right. Does that complete your rebuttal testimony?
If I could have 30 seconds from Mr. McCraw.
Sure. You have 1.5 minutes.
Okay.
Yes. Good evening.
Hi, my name is Mac McCraw. I'm with the applicant Mattamy Homes. My address is 3000 West San Nicolas Street in Tampa, Florida. So one thing I wanted to correct that Mr. Place said, I think he was trying to say that our townhomes are priced relative to single-family developments at a discount, a significant discount. We're not building affordable homes. I just want to make sure that's clear, so I don't read that in the paper tomorrow. Also, on the timing mechanism, we're talking about 88 townhomes or 86 townhomes. For us to stop at 56 and wait for the commercial to come online, it's an extreme burden for us because we have to build this infrastructure up front, and then we have to maybe possibly wait. In this situation, we're partnering with Bill in the sense that he's going to be continuing to market the property while we're in there selling homes. And so we don't control that component of the development. So it'd be hard for us to possibly do this if we have to stop and wait for him to complete before we come back in there and finish 20, 30 more townhomes. So we just want to make sure that was explained. And I think that's it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for your testimony. If you could please sign in with the clerk's office. All right. Anything else, Ms. Corbett? Okay. Then with that, we will close rezoning 22-0075. It is a little after, I have 8:07. I think it's appropriate to take a 5-minute break. And so we'll break and be back.
Madam Hearing Officer, before we break, just to let you know, the applicant for C3 22-0557 is online now. So after the break, we can take up that item. So
Come back and pick him up. All right. So let's say 8:15. We'll make it even.
These are the jobs you may not see every day, but just know we're working hard to make Hillsborough County a better place to live, work, and play. Subscribe to our YouTube page for more great county-related videos, only on HTV.
Right now, as you're watching this video, there are over 40 million people getting trafficked against their will. And what makes it even worse is that stat is notoriously underreported.
So many victims even know their traffickers well. A parent, a family friend, even spouses. 7 out of 10 victims are female.
1 out of 4 is a child. We gotta do better. We need you to enter the fight, and we need you now.
Flossing in the morning is a really great way to keep your teeth healthy and start the day. But when you're through, here's what you do. Throw it in the trash, don't flush it. There's a problem lots of people don't know, called sanitary sewer overflow. A condition buried deep in the ground, inside a pipe where bad clogs are found. It's a problem we can all help solve, so throw it in the trash, don't flush it. Baby wipes, bandages, cotton pads, paper towels, dental floss, clog up bad. Medicines, kitty litter, cotton swabs, hair. Throw them in the trash, don't flush it. It just takes a second to do the right thing, so toss it and let's keep our pipes clean. Throw it in the trash, don't flush it. If it's not toilet paper, don't flush it. Even if it says you can, don't flush it. If you're having any doubts, don't flush it. One more time, don't flush it.
You know what I like about my morning commute? It's time to reflect. Ponder those big questions. Who are we? Why are we here? Sometimes you just gotta take those bumps in the road and keep on moving forward.
Dude, you couldn't possibly be any more wrong. Stop the car.
That's deep. Like me. I can respect that.
Dude, it's a pothole. I could report it to Hillsborough County right now as a customer service request. Just choose your service and select the issue. Your browser pinpoints the problem, and you can add any important information and even take a picture. It puts Hillsborough County at your service 24/7.
Well, all right.
All right, I want to welcome everybody back to the July 25th, 2022 zoning hearing master hearing. We're going to go back to agenda item C3 because we now have the applicant online. So Mr. Grady, if you could open that case for us.
Yes, the next agenda item then is C3 zoning standard 22-0557. The applicant is DRM Elite Holdings. The request is rezone from RSC3 with a mobile home overlay to business professional office with restrictions. Isis Brown will provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant.
All right, is the applicant online?
Yes.
Good evening. Have you been sworn in, sir?
I have not.
All right, for anyone in the room that plans to speak and this gentleman online, if you have not been sworn in, if you could please stand, raise your right hand, I'll swear you in for this case or any future case. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Please sit down, please. All right, go ahead, sir. If you can give us your name and address to start.
Marco Raffelli, 11910 Neal Road, Lithia, Florida, 33547.
All right, tell us a little bit about your rezoning request.
We've got this piece of property, 11020 US Highway 301 South. And what we are seeking is a rezoning of a BPO.
All right, is that all you have to say?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you for that. I appreciate it. We'll go to development services, please.
Good evening, Isis Brown, Hillsborough County Development Services, presenting case standard rezone 22-0557. The property associated with rezone 22-0557 has a future land use of residential 6. The request is to rezone from an existing single-family residential conventional with a mobile home overlay to a proposed BPO business professional office with restrictions. Right, the current zoning of RSC 3 with the mobile home overlay, the acreage of the property is 0.376 acres, which currently permits one dwelling unit per the 14,520 square feet. The proposed BPO would be a FAR of 0.2% and a square footage of 3,311 square feet. The site is located in an area comprised of mixed uses, which includes commercial, office, business professional, and single-family residential. To be more specific, the surrounding uses includes a mobile park home to the east and south, and single-family residential across US Highway 301 to the west. The parcel to the immediate north has a light use commercial uses. The properties to the north, south, and east of the subject site are within the Res 6 future land use category, which has the potential to permit single, mid-density residential and light commercial and mixed uses. To the west, across 301 is designated as suburban mixed use at 6, SMU 6, and Res 4. The adjacent properties are zoned BPOR to the north, PD 84-0037 to the south and east, and US Highway to the west. The subject site does not meet commercial criteria. However, the applicant has proposed the following restrictions. The building shall be constructed with architectural features, including but not limited to a pitched roof to maintain a residential style. Only the following uses shall be permitted: medical office or clinics with scheduled or emergency services by physicians, pre-K daycare, childcare, and child nurseries, professional business office, and professional services. No single building on the property shall be greater than 5,000 square feet. No 24-hour operations are permitted. The size and depth of the subject parcel in relation to business professional office uses, residential uses. The subject site would create a zoning development pattern that is consistent with the zoning and development pattern along US 301 South and the commercial and residential uses zoning district in the area. Based on the above consideration, staff finds the request approvable with the following restrictions. The building shall be constructed with residential features, including but not limited to pitch roof to maintain residential style. Only the following uses shall be permitted: medical offices or clinics with scheduled or emergency services by physicians, pre-K, daycare, childcare, and child nurseries, and other professional office and professional services. No single building on the property shall be greater than 5,000 square feet. And fourth condition, no 24/7 operations are permitted. This ends my presentation. I am available for any questions.
I just have one quick question, and that is regarding the proposed restrictions. There is an additional restriction in the Planning Commission staff report that says that the property shall share access with the adjacent site, and then gives an address, an adjacent address on 301. Was that not intended to be a part of your staff report?
Correct. We Development Services decided to pull that one. We've spoke to transportation, and we're not very comfortable if the property to the north, which is owned by Mr. Marco, if he decided to sell that, then we're stuck with, the easements and all of the access. So that was removed from the conditions.
All right. Thank you for that clarification. That was my only question. Thank you. Planning Commission, please.
Good evening. This is Jillian Massey with Planning Commission staff. And just for the record, Madam Hearing Officer, I did submit a revised report to Brian. So we did remove that originally noted restriction. So we agreed with that. So.
All right. I believe I have that, but I will take your word for it. So thank you. Go ahead.
Great. So the subject site is in the residential 6 future land use category. It's in the urban service area, and it's within the limits of the Riverview and South Shore community plans. The subject site is surrounded by residential 6 to the northeast and south. To the west across 301 is designated as suburban mixed use 6 and residential 4. Surrounding uses include a mobile home park to the northeast and south, and single family residential and light commercial uses across 301 to the west. The parcel directly north of the subject site has a light commercial use similar to the one proposed. The proposed rezoning meets the intent of Objective 16 and its accompanying policies regarding neighborhood protection. The proposed BPO zoning would allow for office development. The development pattern and character of this section of US Highway 301 contains an office use directly to the north, residential uses, and light commercial uses on the west side of 301. There is a mobile home park directly to the east and south of this parcel, and the potential office use is low in intensity with the proper restrictions. Buffering and screening would allow for a transition of uses that meets the intent of the policy language regarding neighborhood protection. The proposed site does not meet commercial locational criteria. The applicant has submitted a waiver request for review. The parcel immediately north is zoned BPO with restrictions, and the applicant proposes the same for this site. The subject site's required to be within 900 feet from the closest qualifying intersection of 301 and Sims Road. However, it's approximately 2,100 feet from the intersection. The site is bound by the BPO parcel to the north and the mobile home park to the east and south. At 0.38 acres, a maximum of 2 dwelling units could be considered there, which is not necessarily compatible with the surrounding development pattern. So therefore, Planning Commission staff recommends approval of the commercial locational waiver request. The subject site meets the intent of the Riverview Community Plan. The site is in the Highway 301 corridor district. The vision for this area is mixed use, and the plan also says to avoid strict development patterns for commercial uses. Rezoning the site to BPO with restricted uses and architectural style would require a development that does not reflect a strict commercial style, and therefore meeting the intent of the community plan. And based upon these considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed rezoning consistent with the future of Hillsborough comprehensive plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County, subject to the restrictions proposed by Development Services Department. And that concludes my testimony.
All right, thank you so much. I appreciate it. We'll ask for anyone that would like to speak in support. Anyone in support in the room or online? Just testify. Seeing none. Anyone in opposition to this request? Seeing no one. Mr. Grady, anything else?
Nothing further.
All right, we'll go back. Sir, online, do you have anything else before I close the case? The applicant?
I do not.
Repeat that.
I do not at this time. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. I appreciate it. We'll close rezoning 22-0557 and go back to the next case.
The next item then is agenda item D2, major mod application 22-0089. The applicant's Tampa Electric Company. The request is rezoned from PD, RC4, and AR as again, it's actually a major modification. So it's Tim Lampkin will provide staff recommendation at the presentation by the applicant.
Good evening.
Good evening, Madam Hearing Officer. For the record, Michael Brooks of Brooks, Shepherd and Rocha, 400 North Tampa Street, Suite 1910, Tampa 33602, and I have been sworn. So we have the first sheet of our cover sheet up. Project team, I'm going to introduce real quick. The applicant owner, of course, as Brian just said, is Tampa Electric Company. Christian Mora is in the room, who is in-house land use counsel for TECO. Jeff Ogden, who's the telecommunications manager. My co-counsel, Rebecca Kurt, is here. Darren Stowe, who AICP planner with environmental consulting technology. And Steve Henry is the transportation engineer. Next. The request is a major modification, as Mr. Grady said, for 300,000 square feet of public service facility and a 250-foot self-support radio tower. The property is going to be used by TECO and one of its subsidiaries, one of its related utilities, People's Gas, is a secured operations center that will have the ability to communicate with other utility facilities in the region, remotely monitor and control utility infrastructure, and communicate with its employees. It will be a major step forward in enhancement of resiliency and sustainability of the energy grid within our region. Next slide. In the utility world, there are two kinds of days. Blue sky day, which is day to day, nothing exciting happens, uneventful. That's a good day. There are also dark sky days where the utilities must be prepared to respond and handle extraordinary events, catastrophic events, both natural and man-made, so hurricanes, terrorism, etc. Next slide. The reason I'm telling you this is that as a backdrop to this case is that rapid response, of course, is necessary to prevent further the damage to the utility grid, minimize interruption to other utilities and essential services in the region, and restore service to other critical facilities like hospitals and nursing homes, et cetera. All of that backdrop is that this facility will be will be critical infrastructure in our region. That is a term that we now know as a result of the pandemic. It results from the Public Infrastructure Act of 2001 that was adopted after 9/11 under the Homeland Security. And recently, the Florida legislature, next slide, passed an exemption to the Public Records Act, which defines and adopts that critical infrastructure definition. It is broad in its scope, and it creates a confidential an exemption for all portions of information related to critical infrastructure, including public meetings. This presentation will not provide information that falls within that scope of being things we would not want disclosed. But we think it's sufficient to define approval for the public facility and the radio tower. And with that, I'm going to hand over to my co-counsel, and I'm going to hand out some materials for yourself and the clerk.
Okay, thank you. You can please sign in.
Thank you, Rebecca Kurt, 400 North Tampa Street, Suite 1910. Next slide, please. This is a general location map. You'll see highlighted in red the parcel. It's approximately 30.54 acres of land, generally located at the intersection of Nebraska Avenue and Barris Avenue. To the west of the site is a CSX rail line, and the current interim uses of the property include a golf driving range, a boat and vehicle storage, and parking. Next slide, please. We are located within the urban service area, and the public service facility will be served by public water and sewer. The comprehensive plan category on the main larger parcel is office commercial 20, and the parcel north of Sinclair Hills Road is residential 4. The portion north of Sinclair Hills Road is within the Lutz planning area. And I did want to point out that a public service facility is an allowed conditional use in all zoning districts. Next slide, please. There is a currently approved PD on the parcel, most recently amended in 2008, that allows 60,000 square feet of commercial general uses and 180,000 square feet of commercial intensive CI uses. The area located as C, including the parcel north of Sinclair Hills Road, is where the commercial intensive uses were allowed to be placed. Next slide, please. So the primary parcel south of Sinclair Hills Road will be phased. Phase 1 is 160,000 up to 160,000 square feet of public service facility use and a 250-foot radio tower. Phase 2 is a future phase. If it's determined that it's needed, it will be allowed up to 140,000 square feet of public service facility use. The secondary parcel north of Sinclair Hills Road will be limited to a private passive recreation area. Next slide, please. So again, these boxes highlight where the building framework will be. So phase 1 is the northernmost box, which is 160,000 square feet of public service facility. The lower box is phase 2, where there's a potential for another 140,000 square feet of public service facility. In the interim, that phase can be used for stabilized parking. The maximum FAR is 0.23, and the building envelopes are conceptual. They can be used for buildings, open space, retention, parking, and loading areas. Next slide, please. The building setbacks along the front, along Barris Avenue, is 30 feet. Barris Avenue is an urban scenic roadway, so there will be 30 feet along that right-of-way, as well as additional tree plantings. The side and rear will have 15 feet. Buffers will be 20 feet to the north, south, and east. To the north and the east, where it abuts, well, it doesn't abut because there's a right-of-way there, but where we are across from single family, the buffers will be in addition to the setbacks. Stormwater facilities will be utilized where feasible to provide additional buffering. The maximum building height is 55 feet. With that, you will get an additional setback of 2 feet for every foot over 20 feet, which translates to 100 feet if we were to go up to the maximum of 55 feet of building setback on all sides. In reality, the site plan proposes much greater setbacks. To the south, it's over 500 feet, 300 feet to the east, about 265 to the west, and 125 feet to the west. So the building structures themselves are very set back from all the surrounding area. We are meeting all lighting standards in the code with an enhanced lighting standard, where we are located within 200 feet of 12th Street, where we have single family on the other side of 12th Street. Next slide, please. We will meet code for parking with phase 1. We will be limited to 320 employees with 1 space per employee. And again, during phase 1, we will have the option for stabilized overflow parking, which would be utilized during dark sky events. Phase 2 will be determined at the time of construction, and the conditions do allow solar panels to be installed above the covered parking spaces. Next slide, please. This is a restricted site, and there will be a restricted vehicular access along Barris Avenue, which will be guard monitored, and along Sinclair Hills Road, which will be gated card access. There will be, during phase 1, the developer will construct a bus bay with a landing pad on Barris Avenue, pursuant to code, with controlled pedestrian access into the public use facility, because again, this is a secure facility. And in the future, during phase 2, the developer will construct a full transit stop. Next slide, please. The northern parcel above Sinclair Hills Road will be a passive recreation area that will be limited only to employees and invited guests. There's an existing access point that will remain, but it will be limited to pedestrian and maintenance vehicles only. The conditions require that we install a pedestrian crosswalk between the main parcel and the recreational facility, and improvements in the future could include a gazebo, a pavilion, and/or restrooms. Next slide, please. There were design changes based upon community input. There was a community meeting and many discussions with the neighborhood about how we can do a good job of protecting our single family in the neighborhood. The county had originally requested that we provide access to 12th Street. The neighborhood asked that that be removed, and we worked with staff, and staff agreed that we could remove access to 12th Street. We also restricted right-out movements on Sinclair Hills Road. And we agreed that within the 20-foot buffer area on the east and actually along the north of the parcel as well, that we will retain as many of the existing trees as possible. And in the event that we're not able to retain trees, new trees will be planted. Significantly, the radio tower was relocated to the southwest corner of the site as far away as possible from the existing single family. Next slide, please. We are requesting 2 variances. Written justification for each has been prepared and submitted back in March by Darren Stowe, AICP. So I'm just going to touch on them briefly because they were very thorough explanations of how we meet those criteria. And staff as well has concluded that we have justified these variations, but we are asking to LDC section 60700 to allow an 8-foot perimeter security fence. Again, the site is required by law to be secured. We believe that we have fully mitigated this for a number of reasons. We are not abutting any property. We have right-of-way. We're surrounded on 4 sides by right-of-way of at least a minimum of 50 feet. We are also retaining that buffer in the existing trees as much as possible. The next variance is to the shade tree requirement in the parking area because we are hopeful that we'll be able to put solar array on all or part of the parking area. And again, shade trees are obviously going to interfere with that. So, but there should be absolutely no detrimental effect to any of the neighboring properties for the same reasons that I already described. Next slide, please. The next 3 slides are transportation slides. We do have Steve Henry here as our expert in case there are any questions. All this information is already part of the record and substantiated, so I'm just going to go over it briefly. We did want to point out that compared to the prior approved project, the daily trip generation will be reduced by roughly 50%. We believe it's actually probably greater than that because the ITE does not have a specific category for public service facility, so it was analyzed as an office, which probably overestimates the actual trips that will generate. Next slide, please. We will be doing access improvements on Barris Avenue, a full access driveway, and the applicant will construct an eastbound left turn lane and a westbound right turn lane on Sinclair Hills Road. It will be a limited access driveway, as I already described, and the applicant will construct an eastbound right turn lane and a concrete median restricting the right out at the request of the neighbors. Next slide, please. Sinclair Hills Road is a substandard road. We will be asking for a design exception because we cannot meet the typical section as required. We are proposing to construct a 12-foot multi-use path on the south because there's not room for sidewalks on both sides, but we believe that this will improve mobility options. And at this point, I'm going to turn it back to Mr. Brooks to talk about the radio tower.
For the record, again, Michael Brooks. I'm going to run through just a few slides regarding the radio tower. Next slide, please. As Ms. Kirk mentioned, the tower has been moved to the southwest corner. That's the star on the graphic. It's roughly 2,400 feet from the closest neighborhood point in the northeast corner, and it's 1,600 feet plus or minus from the nearest residence to the east. This creates the maximum separation while still maintaining the minimum setbacks for the tower, locating it near the rail line and the commercial uses at Bears Avenue in Nebraska. There is a typical, just to make clear what a self-support tower, it's a lattice structure. So we've shown an image as a demonstrative image. Next slide. The need for the on-site tower, you probably heard a lot of tower cases, Madam Hearing Officer. This one is unique because this is not a commercial type tower. It's not one that would come to you where you're looking at RF propagations and determining need. This is a essential component of the actual operations of the facility. And I've got both the service area for TICO on here, which you can see extends to Dade City, San Antonio, all the way over to the east to Auburndale and Winter Haven. There's special unique needs for this tower. It has to be in close proximity to the operations center, secured and monitored in a manner that is above and beyond what would be typical on an alternative site, and protected from service interruptions in case there were a catastrophic dark sky day. Next slide. Last two. These are the radio tower conditions, section 12 there. I'm not going to read them all. They basically implement the special and unique conditions. They require that it not be used for commercial purposes, only used for this facility, public utility, and it may be deemed abandoned if that use ceases. Last slide. This is the airspace permitting. Obviously, there will be Federal Aviation Authority permitting that's been filed for. The Aviation Authority, we've held a pre-application meeting. It falls within Zone B of the airport zoning map, which would require a permit over 200 feet AGL. And so that process has started. And the conditions would require those permits, obviously, as a condition of constructing the radio tower. That concludes our presentation.
All right, thank you so much. I believe Ms. Kirk needs to sign in with the clerk's office, but I didn't have any questions. You covered my questions that I had. We'll go to Development Services, please.
Hello, Tim Lampkin, Development Services. The applicant did such a great job that I'm going to give a quick overview. So the applicant is seeking a major modification to existing plan development, PD 03-1124. As modified by major modification 080170 for the development of the
Tim, could you please speak a little slower? We're having a harder time hearing you.
Sorry. Yep, I don't have the headphones on. I'm going to the phone today. Sorry about that. And a People's Gas System public service facility. The proposal is a two-phase development comprising a total of 300,000 square feet. I would like to note that I just noticed on page 6, the first paragraph and the second sentence says 150,000. It should be 160 for phase 1. And on page 9, the third paragraph, second sentence also has an earlier iteration of the site plan, which needs to be changed from 150 to 160,000. The general location is slightly east of the northwest corner of Beers and Nebraska Avenues intersection, and the site's currently utilized for a driving range and paintball facility and is mostly underdeveloped. To the east is residential, RSC2 mobile home, and AS1 to the west is the CSX railroad right-of-way, and to the north is Holding Pond and RSC4, and AR into the south is manufacturing and light industrial. The future land use of the site is OC20, south of Sinclair Road, and R4 north of Sinclair Hills Road. According to the application, TICO is working on improving the system resiliency and operational sustainability. And both of the TICO and the People's Gas System fall within the definition of public utility, as the applicant has already gone into detail about. And again, as the applicant may have stated, this will be designed to withstand significant storm events. On the site plan, the applicant proposes landscaping around the parking area in compliance with section 6.06.04. And the application is the applicant's requesting two variations. Variation 1 that they went over was 6.0700 regarding fences, and then 6.06.04. Here is classified as a scenic corridor. And as the applicant noted, the radio and television transmitting and receiving facility is now being proposed to be located in the southwest corner of the site. Additionally, there are a couple of design exceptions which have been found approvable by the county engineer. Based upon all the above, the development services finds proposed development approvable. And that concludes my presentation unless there are any questions.
Just a quick kind of a housekeeping comment for you. The revised staff report on the first page where it lists the PD variations, it only lists the increase in fence height and not the variation for the shade trees for the solar panels, just for your information. It probably needs to be added at that top. But that was my only question, or comment rather. Okay. So thank you for that. I appreciate it. We'll go to the Planning Commission, please.
This is Jillian Massey with the Planning Commission staff. The subject site has two future land use designations, office commercial 20 and residential 4. It's located in the urban service area and within the limits of the Lutz community plan. The subject site meets the intent of future land use element policy 4.1, future land use element objective 16, and its associated policies regarding neighborhood protection. It also meets future land use element objective 46 and 46.1 regarding the protection of adjacent land uses through various buffering and mitigation measures. The surrounding future land use designations in the area include office commercial 20 to the west, residential 6 located to the east, and light industrial to the south. The surrounding land development pattern consists of a mixture of uses. Single-family detached residentials located to the east and northeast of the subject site. Light industrial uses are located to the site south, with light commercial and a CSX railroad right-of-way located to the west. A lake and single-family residential units are located to the north of the subject site across Sinclair Hills Road. The rezoning application has proposed several mitigative efforts to help protect and seek compatibility with the surrounding residential neighborhood. The project will contain 2 non-residential buildings that are 3 stories high. However, the applicant proposes the 3rd floor to function as a partial floor with mezzanine to help soften the view. The applicant is placing the more intense uses along Bears Avenue and the CSX Railroad, which is consistent with policy direction that states that development of higher intensity non-residential land uses adjacent to established neighborhoods should be restricted to arterials, collectors, and locations external to neighborhoods. This is consistent with future land use element policy 16.5. The proposed layout of the project will also provide an appropriate transition of intensity from the commercial uses to the west along Nebraska Avenue toward the residential uses found to the north and east of the subject site. Overall, the proposed modification would allow for development that is consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the Future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County and is compatible with the existing and planned development pattern found in the surrounding area. And therefore, Planning Commission staff finds that this application is consistent, subject to the conditions proposed by the Development Services Department. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Is there anyone in the room or online that would like to speak in support of this application? Anyone in favor? Seeing, oh, yes, ma'am. While she's coming up, is there anyone else that would like to speak in support? All right. When you come up, if you could give us your name and address, please, first. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Barbara Fight. I live at 16102 East Lake Burrell Drive, just north of this proposed building. And we are very much in support of it. I speak for the majority of our neighbors. It would be 100%, except a couple just want to have the golf practice range remain, which is not going to happen. But we have had several community meetings with the TICO people. They've been very cooperative in making some changes, like leaving a lot of the trees, moving the tower, and not using the well, using other sources of water. So we're very happy about that. And we just feel like this is a very good transition from single-family homes to, more intense commercial area.
All right. Well, thank you for coming down and giving your comments. I appreciate it. If you could please sign in. All right. So close testimony and support. Is there anyone in opposition that would like to speak? See no one in the room, no one online. All right. Mr. Grady, anything else?
Nothing further.
All right. Mr. Brooks, anything else? You have the last word.
We had one last slide, which was a conclusion slide, which I'm not going to belabor. But I do want to thank Ms. Fight for coming down. I originally handled the PD in 2004 for this property. Actually, Kristen Mora was the planner for this project, and Ms. Fight was one of the community activists, and she's been engaged in all of the modifications since that time. And she's a great advocate for her neighborhood. Back a few. One more. All right, these are just our standard closings consistent with the land use categories, the LDC, except for the variances, compatible with the surrounding properties, recommendations of approval, et cetera. And we would ask for your approval recommendation as well, and can answer any questions that have arisen.
I don't have any further questions, but thank you for that. Then we'll close major modification 22-0089 and go to the next case.
The next item is in item D3, rezoning PD 22-0420. The applicant's Cami Corbett with Hill Ward Henderson. The request is rezone from AI to planned development. Sam Ball will provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant. I will note for the record, Madam Hearing Officer, this is going to be subject to an expedited review and will be heard at the August 25th BOCC land use meeting, as opposed to the September that the other items on the agenda are proceeding to. So, and I believe your recommendation will be due on the 10th, correct?
Correct.
August 10th.
Tammy Corbett with Hill Ward Henderson. Thank you for that, Mr. Grady. Could I ask which version of the site staff report she's working from? We had a couple of last minute clarifications.
I have one that was handed to me this evening.
Okay.
And it has a revision date of created 8/17/21 at the lower left-hand corner.
And does that include the distribution, light manufacturing? So first page, maybe?
Under proposed?
Yes.
It says light industrial uses, comma, including warehousing, distribution, light manufacturing, and outdoor storage.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted to confirm. Next slide, please. Here representing, as you saw, TC Florida Development, which is a development arm of Trammell Crow. This is the subject property, just a general orientation. It is South County, east of 41. You have the aerial on the left is the faraway slide, and then the aerial on the right shows the current area. You can see it's definitely an industrial area now. And a lot of these properties that are around here are actually zoned for M uses, but because this property is located in the coastal high hazard area, the comp plan requires a PD rezoning in this instance. Next slide. This site was identified as a competitive site by the Tampa Hillsborough EDC or Tampa Bay EDC and Hillsborough County. It's a priority economic development project. So it is a site that was specifically targeted and marketed for this type of use. Next slide. And it's a very straightforward plan. We're asking for 160,000 square feet of light industrial uses to include warehousing, distribution, light manufacturing, open storage, and those types of uses that are generally consistent with the M zoning district that it's surrounding. Next slide. Again, all reviewing agencies have no objection. They found it consistent and compatible with the surrounding area, meets the intent of the LI future land use category that it's part of, provides a long-term economic development security by protecting the light industrial, and we're consistent with coastal management elements, policy 6.3 for having the PD. And then also there, you will see some wetland impacts on the site plan. Those have been conceptually approved with justification for impacts. And that I'll put the conceptual approval from EPC into the record. And that's just a kind of a weird, unusual situation where it's actually, if you want to go back to the site plan, show you where it is. Back 2 slides. There you go. Kind of in that upper, back to the site plan. That's okay. You see it up in that sort of upper left-hand corner of what I'm looking at. But on the basically the western boundary of the property, there's a wetland designation area that you'll see when you look at that site plan. That actually was a house that had an artesian well that got disturbed and uncapped and sort of just formed this wetland area that's on the site. And you'll see that we're not really impacting it with development, but we are impacting it with stormwater storage because this site is in the coastal high hazard area and we are, have floodplain compensation we have to put on site and stormwater. And so those couldn't be commingled here like sometimes they can. So we did need to commingle with the wetland. Again, not a pristine wetland, sort of a man-made wetland through construction. And our civil engineer is here to answer any questions if you have any about that. But other than that, I don't have any other information. And unless you have any questions,
I didn't have any questions.
We'd respectfully request your approval.
All right. Thank you so much. All right. Development services, please.
Okay. Just a moment. Okay. Good evening. Sam Ball with Hillsborough County Development Services. The request is to rezone an 18.64 acre property located at the northeast corner of South Highway 41 and Powell Road from agricultural industrial to planned development to allow the site to be developed for 160,000 square feet of industrial use. The surrounding zoning and development pattern consists of a mix of mix of uses, including light industrial, light manufacturing, warehouse, storage, livestock pasture, vacant land, and solid waste transfer station. The adjacent properties are zoned AI to the north and south, M to the east, and the PD to the west is developed for manufacturing purposes. If PD 22-420 is approved, it's proposed the property would be developed with a 0.199 floor area ratio. The building would be limited to 50 feet in height. The proposed yard setback and buffers are 20 feet to the north and west, 25 feet to the east, and 50 feet from the Powell Road right-of-way. And impervious surface area would be limited to 70%, and building coverage would be restricted to 50%. If approved, the county engineer would, the PD 22-0420 is approved, the county engineer will approve a design exception, which was found approval by the county engineer on May 2nd for the Powell Road substandard road improvements. As Powell Road is a substandard local roadway, the developer will be required to make certain improvements consistent with design exception. If rezoning 22-0420, PD 22-0420 is approved, county engineer will approve a section 6402B administrative variance from section 6403I requirements regarding the number of allowable access connections to Powell Road. The variance was found approval by the county engineer on May 2nd, 2022. Will permit the construction of 2 access connections to Powell Road. Permitted uses will be limited to warehousing, distribution, light manufacturing, and open storage with a maximum of 160 square feet of gross floor area, provided that none of the uses exceed a parking ratio of 1 space per 1,000 square feet gross floor area or a cumulative transportation impact of 794 average daily trips, 112 AM and 101 peak hour trips. Based on the light industrial future land use classification, the surrounding zoning development pattern, proposed uses, and development standards for the planned development zoning district, staff finds the request approvable, subject to conditions. That concludes my presentation. Available for any questions.
Mr. Ball, just a quick question while you were talking. I was just noticing the change in the staff report, the revised staff report that I received tonight shows a reduction from 180,000 square feet to 160. And I was just looking at the zoning conditions and I don't see any maximum square footage noted unless I've missed it.
Condition 1, it's just past where the permitted
I'm sorry.
uses.
Yes, now that you said that, I see it instantly. Okay, my apologies. Thank you. I appreciate it. That was my only question. We'll go to Planning Commission.
This is Jillian Massey with Planning Commission staff. As noted, the subject site is located in the light industrial future land use category. It's in the urban service area and within the limits of the South Shore area-wide systems community plan. The subject site is surrounded by the light industrial future land use category on all sides. West of US Highway 41 and further north of the subject site is designated as heavy industrial. Further east transitions to community mixed use 12. There is a small parcel of public / quasi-public to the south along US Highway 41. Policy 1.4 of the future land use element states that compatibility does not mean the same as, rather it refers to the sensitivity of the development, proposals, and maintaining the character of the existing development. In this case, the rezoning from AI to PD to permit an industrial warehouse would maintain the overall industrial and manufacturing character of the area. The subject site meets the intent of Objective 16 and Policies 16.2 and 16.3 regarding the protection of adjacent land uses through various mitigation measures and the transition of uses. The proposed rezoning also meets the intent of Objective 26 and Policy 26.5 that seek to restrict non-industrial uses in industrial and employment areas for securing longer-term economic development. Industrial warehouse is a permitted use in the light industrial category, and the applicant has not proposed any commercial or retail uses on the site. The proposed rezoning therefore conforms to the desired land use pattern. The request is consistent with the economic development objectives of the South Shore area-wide systems plan, which seeks to identify and market areas suitable for economic development. The subject site is located within an area suitable for economic development, and the proposed rezoning meets the intents of the community plan. And based upon these considerations, Planning Commission staff finds that the proposed plan development is consistent with the future of Hillsborough comprehensive plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County, subject to the conditions proposed by the Development Services Department. And that concludes my testimony. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone in the room or online that would like to speak in support of this application? Seeing no one, is there anyone in opposition who would like to testify? No one. All right, Mr. Grady, anything else?
Nothing further.
Ms. Corbett, you have the last word?
Nothing further. Thank you.
Okay, all right, thank you. Then we'll close rezoning 22-0420 and go to the next case.
The next item is agenda item D4, rezoning PD 22-0442. The app is Roy D. and Julian E. Cannon. The request is a rezone from ASO4 to a planned development. Tanya Chappello will provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant.
Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you very much. Isabel Albert with Half Associates, 1000 North Ashley Drive, Suite 900. Next. So what we have for you tonight is this plan development request. It is located on Paul Buckman Highway near County Line Road. This is all the way to the northeast of the county, just north of Plant City. Next. It is zoned agricultural single family all around it with different types of land use, agricultural estate and natural preservation. In 1985, the property did obtain a conditional use to operate an aircraft landing field, light aircraft in ultraflight, and over the years has morphed into as to include a skydiving operation. And so therefore we're coming in for a plan development to add for that use in addition to what's currently approved. Next. So basically this is what the site plan looks like, very similar to what's there today. Next. So considering the use is also could be approved in a commercial zoning district, we have to, part of our request request waiver to a commercial location criteria. And as long as it's compatible with the area and it's a unique circumstance, staff has agreed that it is not causing any concerns and there's no compatibility issues. And given the unique circumstances of the type of the use of the skydiving operation, it's a good location as where it is right now. Next. Development Services, as well as the Planning Commission staff, found it approvable subject to condition that is consistent with the comprehensive plan, and that there was no objections from any reviewing agencies. And so with that, I'm here to answer any questions and request approval.
Just to clarify, just my note was the existing land use is an airfield.
Correct.
Been there a very long time. And
Right.
so the purpose of this is just to codify that and add the skydiving use?
Exactly.
Okay.
That's exactly what it is.
Understood. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. If you could please sign in. Development Services, please.
Good evening, Tanya Chapella, Development Services. The existing zoning is agricultural single-family state AS04, which permits agricultural and single-family residential uses. The proposed zoning for planned development is to allow a 5,000 square feet skydiving facility and aircraft landing field, agricultural uses, and ancillary uses. The parcel is surrounded by agricultural zoning to the north, south, west, and east. The parcel to the east, north, and south is a county-owned natural preserve. To the west, across Paul Bookman Highway, are several properties occupied with single-family homes. Staff finds the proposed uses are comparable to the current aircraft landing field allowed uses. Additionally, the proposed project reduced the number of potential residential use currently allowed in the subject property. The exclusion of residential uses and the reduced FAR will have minimal impact on the transportation network. The proposed 0.003 FAR projected for skydiving buildings is significantly under the 0.25 maximum FAR allowable in the AE comprehensive plan category. The proposed addition to the building area will not intrude into the required setbacks, nor will decrease the required buffer, and will not entail a reduction of the required screening. Furthermore, the aircraft landing field associated with the skydiving facility shall be the subject to Land Development Code Section 61110, aircraft landing field provisions. Finally, the proposed skydiving facility will not increase the noise impact caused by the current aircraft operation. Furthermore, the property is surrounded to northeast and south by the lower Green Swan Preserve, avoiding direct impact on residential uses. Given the above, staff finds the proposed modification to be compatible with the surrounding properties in keeping the general development pattern of the area. This concludes my presentations. Thank you.
Thank you. Planning Commission, please.
This is Jillian Massey with Planning Commission staff. The subject site is located in the agricultural estate 1 to 2.5 future land use category. It's in the rural area and it's not within the limits of a community plan. The subject property, the agricultural estate 1 to 2.5 future land use category, its intent is for rural scale neighborhood, commercial, office, and multi-purpose projects. These uses may be permitted when complying with the goals, objectives, and policies of the future land use element and applicable development regulations and conforming to established locational criteria for the specified use. Although the proposed use is not a traditional commercial use, it is consistent with the rural scale commercial intended in the agricultural estate 1 to 2.5 future land use category. The subject property is surrounded by natural preservation designation on all sides. There are also some parcels designated as agricultural estate 1 to 2.5 across the street to the west and southwest of the subject property. Existing land uses in the immediate area include Blackwater Creek Nature Preserve, forested, undeveloped land, and a few single-family residences. The proposal allows for the site to remain rural and agricultural in nature with the natural buffers of the preserved land that surround it. The application is consistent with Objective 16 and Policy 16.1, 16.2, and 16.3 of the future land use element, and Objective 12-1 and Policy 12-1.4 of the community design component. Recreational indoor-outdoor uses can be considered in the commercial neighborhood and commercial general zoning districts. Therefore, the commercial locational criteria applies to this proposal. And per Policy 22.2 of the future land use element, the site does not meet locational criteria. The applicant has submitted a waiver request for review. The property is surrounded by conservation land and low-density agricultural properties across the right-of-way to the west. Based on this information, Planning Commission staff recommends that the waiver is granted. Overall, staff finds that the proposed use and intensity is consistent with the character of the rural area and the future land use category. The request is compatible with the existing development pattern found within the surrounding area. And based upon these considerations, Planning Commission staff finds that the proposed plan development is consistent with the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County and subject to the conditions proposed by the Department of Development Services. That concludes my testimony. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Is there anyone in the room or online that would like to speak in support of this application? Seeing no one, is there anyone in opposition to this request? Seeing no one. All right, Mr. Grady, anything else?
Nothing further.
All right, Ms. Albert, anything? All right, then we'll close rezoning 22-0442 and go to the next case.
The next item is agenda item D5, rezoning PD 22-0443. The request is rezone from agricultural rural to planned development. Michelle Heinrich will provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant.
Good evening.
Thank you. Rebecca Kurt, 400 North Tampa Street, Suite 1910. Proudly representing Lennar Homes on this project with the Westlake Annex. Next slide, please. For the applicant, we have Parker Hirons and Chelsea Hardy. Land Use Counsel is my co-counsel, Michael Brooks, and myself. Our planner in the audience is Anna Rittenauer. The engineers, Chris O'Kelly. We have Steve Henry for transportation. And the ecologists on this project were John Goolsby and Andrew Fuddy. Next slide, please. This is an overview, general location map. You can see that we are located within the Waimama Village Community Plan. We are within the urban service area, and we are outside the Waimama Village Rural Land Use Area. Next slide, please. The parcel in red is the approximately 5.25 acres that is called the Westlake Annex, also in the legend as the Pippin property, who are the current owners. If you will recall, we were here a couple months ago for a larger rezoning, which is the area in yellow, PD 210959, which was subsequently approved by the Board of County Commissioners. This was a parcel that we had noted at the time was in the zoning process and would eventually be developed as part of a unified development plan. So this project is very similar. The main difference to this project is that it was applied for after the Waimama plan revisions to the community plan and the land development code were implemented. So we have been required to meet all of those. I'm happy to say that this project meets all of those provisions and we are not requesting any variances. Next slide, please. This slide shows the site plan with the area to the north highlighted. The area to the north, if we recall from the previous rezoning project, there was a very large environmental preservation conservation area to the north of our subject site. As part of that, we agreed to preserve all of the scrub habitat in a 50-foot buffer. We also, as part of that project, had spoken with Fish and Wildlife, and they had found that we were approvable without further review, given the fact that we were preserving all of the scrub habitat on site in the 50-foot buffer. Because of that, we are requesting as part of this rezoning to continue that buffer as part of the commitment that we previously made. And you will note that it is extended over 50 feet when you abut Roosevelt Street. I'm going to explain why that's a little bit different on the next slide. We have been in discussions with staff and we've agreed to dedicate 20 feet of right-of-way adjacent to Roosevelt Street. There was some confusion because that area goes all the way through the buffer area, and obviously we would not be dedicating environmentally sensitive lands for right-of-way purposes. It was more of a timing issue. We believe that we in the county were all trying to get to the same place. The county has proposed a condition that issue be resolved at time of permitting. If it's found not to be required buffer, then we will dedicate it. If it's needed for environmental purposes, we will not dedicate it. We believe that we've already demonstrated that it's needed, but that is staff's proposed condition. Next slide, please. This slide is one that we presented as part of the previous PD 210959, but we wanted to include it here to explain why there's larger than 50-foot buffer here. So the blue line, again, is the overall scrub habitat. The yellow line is the 50-foot buffer. The yellow stars are the golden aster, which are required to be preserved, and the purple line around them is the county's requirement for a 200-foot buffer. And you can see that that dips a little bit further than the 50 feet, and so we're required to preserve that as essential wildlife habitat. We just wanted to kind of clarify why that was a little different. Next slide, please. So again, we are within the residential 4 future land use within the urban service area and outside of the WVR2 future land use. Next slide, please. The request to rezone the property from agricultural rural to planned development with no associated variations or waivers for approval for 21 single-family residential units, which will be a combination of detached and attached. The density of 4 units of an acre is consistent with the Res 4 future land use category. Next slide, please. We're going back to the site plan here. The A area will be the single family area. The B area will be what's termed row houses. It's a new use that is implemented in the Waimama plan. It's not defined, but it appears to be close to townhomes with some additional requirements such as alley access. The yellow highlights show our cross access that we're providing that's so important to the community. We are going from east to west and obviously to the south we're going to the south to an east-west connection that was approved in the prior PD. We are obviously not going to the north because that is where the preservation area is. Next slide, please. Again, as is encouraged by the Waimama plan, we are providing a mixture of housing types with single family and the row houses. And again, we're meeting all of the requirements in the land development code for these types of uses. Next slide, please. We were found to be consistent by the Planning Commission for a number of policies. I'm not going to go through all of them because I know you have a long agenda, but we wanted to highlight some of them. Next slide, please. Just in conclusion, we are consistent with our comp plan category, all of the provisions of the Waimama Downtown Plan and the Land Development Code provisions. We have been found approvable by Development Services and consistent by the Planning Commission staff, and we respectfully request approval of this rezoning request. I am going to submit into the record some environmental documentation that we submitted as part of the rezoning for 210959 on the request of the county staff so that we are justifying for anyone in the future who wants to understand why we have that buffer area, the backup for that.
Okay, understood. Thank you. All right, Development Services.
Hi, good evening. Michelle Heinrich, Development Services. As you heard from the applicant, this is a PD rezoning request from AR to PD to allow for 21 single-family detached and attached residential units. The site is located in the Res 4 future land use category, the urban service area, and the Waimama downtown overlay, specifically the downtown residential subdistrict. As you heard, the area will function as part of the residential development approved under PD 21-0959, located to the site's immediate north, west, and south. The project will utilize the row house and standard house lot type standards of the Waimama Downtown Overlay, which calls for a more T&D development form with pedestrian and vehicular connectivity. Revised conditions, which were provided to you this evening, have been provided, which address an area within the northeast portion of the PD that you heard Ms. Kurt speak about, which may or may not consist of a buffer, preservation buffer, or right-of-way. As Ms. Kurt stated, that will be determined at site development, being as we don't know that at this time. Planning Commission staff has found the project to be consistent with the comprehensive plan, and no objections by reviewing agencies were received. Therefore, we find this approvable, subject to the proposed conditions of approval, including the revisions distributed this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Planning Commission, please.
Hi, this is Jillian Massey with Planning Commission staff. As previously noted, the site is in the residential 4 future land use category. It's in the urban service area and within the limits of the Waimama and South Shore community plans. The subject site is surrounded by residential 4 to the north, east, and south, and residential 6 to the west. Further east of the site is designated as Waimama Village Residential 2, or WVR2. The proposed rezoning is consistent with Objective 9 and Policy 9.2 of the Future Land Use Element, which require compliance with all land development regulations. The subject site is in the downtown residential section of the Waimama Community Plan. The applicant is proposing a condition to blend the densities of the recent rezoning to the west, PD 21-0959, and this rezoning, PD 22-0443, so long as the overall combined density of both planned developments does not go above the 4 dwelling units per acre. If any increase is requested for the unified development for PD 21-0959 at a future date, it will be reviewed by the Planning Commission staff through the appropriate modification process. Planning Commission staff have no concerns regarding the proposed condition and find that the proposed rezoning meets the intent of Objective 9 and Policy 9.2. The proposed rezoning is consistent with Objective 16 and its accompanying policies regarding neighborhood protection. While the existing uses are single-family residential, the proposed rezoning to the west was recently approved for residential uses by the same developer. This rezoning continues the development of 21-0959 and provides connectivity with that development on the west side, as well as access to the south and east. The proposed uses are residential uses, which are anticipated in this land use category. The proposed rezoning is consistent with the downtown residential overlay district identified in the Waimama Community Plan. According to the Waimama Community Plan, single-family attached and single-family detached homes are encouraged, and the applicant is proposing 21 townhomes for this project. And based upon these considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed plan development consistent with the Future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County, subject to the conditions proposed by the Development Services Department. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Is there anyone in the room or online that would like to speak in support? Seeing no one, anyone in opposition to this request? All right, seeing no one, Mr. Grady, anything else?
Nothing further.
All right, Ms.
Ms. Finch?
Yes.
I'm sorry. One thing I just wanted to note before you close the item that I neglected to mention in my presentation is there is an associated right-of-way vacation request tied to this rezoning request, and those will need to be heard together at the same BOCC land use meeting. That's all.
Thank you for that addition. I appreciate it. Ms. Kurt, you have the last word if you'd like it.
I just want to say thank you for your consideration of our application.
All right, thank you so much. We'll close rezoning 22-0443 and go to the next case.
The next item is agenda item D6, major mod application 22-0477. This is a major modification to existing plan development. Sam Ball will provide staff a recommendation after presentation by the applicant.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Wesley Mills with Mills Short and Associates. I'm the civil engineer for the project and representing Broward Development as the applicant. The proposed project is located south of College Avenue along 33rd Street and was previously approved as a PD in 2007. The previous approval included a 100-room hotel development site. Our proposed PD modification is for a 75,000 square foot climate-controlled, fully enclosed self-storage facility. The proposed FAR for the project is 75,000 square feet. There's currently 1.94 acres of wetlands on the south side of the project that remain completely and will be undeveloped. And we also, in our plan, have a 30-foot continuous buffer around the entire wetlands. The proposed services and capacity for the project are significantly reduced from the previous development. The traffic is down to about 115 trips per day, and with basic small consumption uses for sewer and water for the project. The proposed waivers from the previous approval that just are not applicable to the project are the off-site improvements required by DOT, which included left turn lanes, right turn lanes. We've coordinated with DOT. We've had pre-application meetings, and they've reviewed the proposed site plan, and it seems consistent with their requirements. Other than that, I believe that that's what I have for the project. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
I don't have any questions at this time, but thank you so much. If you want to sign in with the clerk's office, please. Development Services.
Good evening, Sam Ball of Hillsborough County Development Services. The applicant is requesting a major modification to PD 07-0471 to allow for a 75,000 square foot mini warehouse facility. The site is located at the southwest corner of East College Avenue and the Interstate 75 intersection and is currently vacant. The property is surrounded by right-of-way on 3 sides, except for a single-family residence to the south on an AS1 zone property. The rest of the surrounding development pattern consists of a mix of uses, including vacant commercial to the east, a financial institution, and vacant residential to the north of College Avenue. The southbound interstate on-ramp abuts the northeast side of the property, where the right-of-way varies in width from approximately 280 feet to 2,650 feet. The other abutting properties are zoned AR and PD to the north, ASC1 and PD to the west, and AS1 to the east. If approved, permitted uses shall be limited to a storage facility of a maximum of 75,000 square feet. The building will have a 15,000 square foot footprint and would be limited to 6 stories up to 60 feet tall. The impervious surface ratio would be 18.2%. The northeast and west property boundaries will include landscape buffers varying from 8 to 15 feet wide. The residential property to the south would also be separated from the building envelope by a 299-foot setback that's predominantly made up of wetlands. Based on the community mixed-use 12 future land use classification, the degree of separation from the residential property to the south, the surrounding zoning and development pattern, the proposed use and development standards for the planned development, zoning staff finds the requested approval subject to conditions. That concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions.
None at this time, but thank you. Planning Commission.
This is Jillian Massey with Planning Commission staff. The subject site has a future land use designation of Community Mixed Use 12. It's located within the urban service area and within the limits of the Ruskin and South Shore community plans. The subject site is surrounded by Community Mixed Use 12 to the north and south, and public/quasi-public to the east. To the west is designated as Suburban Mixed Use 6, and a few properties designated as Commercial Mixed Use 12. The Interstate 75 interchange is located to the east, and this portion of College Avenue East mainly contains light commercial uses. There are some single-family dwellings and vacant land to the south on 33rd Street Southeast. The proposed rezoning meets the intent of Objective 16 and policies 16.2, 16.3, 16.5, and 17.7. The proposed storage facility is consistent with the neighborhood scale commercial development that is intended in the commercial mixed-use 12 land use category. The CMU 12 allows a 0.50 FAR, and the request includes a maximum FAR of 0.50. The request does not include any waivers to setbacks or buffers. There are wetlands on the southern portion of the property, and they serve as a buffer from the single-family residential to the south. Objective 9 and Policy 9.2 require that all developments be consistent with the plan and meet all land development regulations in Hillsborough County. The Environmental Protection Commission, Wetlands Division has reviewed the proposed rezoning. The EPC has determined that a resubmittal is not necessary for the site plan's current configuration. The subject site meets the intent of the Ruskin Community Plan. The plan desires to locate commercial, office, and residential uses from the intersection of 21st Street and College Avenue to the eastern boundary of the community plan area. The proposed storage facility will be in this noted area. And based upon these considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed major modification consistent with the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County, subject to the conditions proposed by the Development Services Department. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone in the room or online that would like to speak in support? And seeing no one, anyone in opposition? Nope. All right, Mr. Grady, anything else?
Nothing further.
Sir, anything else before we close? All right, thank you very much for your time. We'll close major modification 22-0477 and go to the next case.
The next item is agenda item D8, major mod application 22-0670. The applicant is Ash Bagdi. The request is for a major modification to existing plan development. Israel Monsanto will provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant. I will also note for the record that this one will also have an expedited review and will be going to the August 25th BOCC and land use meeting as opposed to the September land use meeting, and your report will be due on August 10th. So again, this will be heard at the August 25th BOCC and land use meeting with your report due to be filed on August 10th.
All right, understood. Thank you so much. Is the applicant here? Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Brian Smith. My address is 307 11th Avenue East, Palmetto, Florida. And I have been sworn. I just wanted to say we've been working with staff very closely on this, and I think we have a good plan that is good for the community and good for the school. So we're just here to answer any questions you might have as long as the staff recommends approval. Thank you.
So there's no change to the number of students. This is a building square footage increase?
That's correct. We are just wanting to add some auxiliary services, an auditorium, and then a daycare facility.
I see.
Yes.
All right. Well, thank you for your testimony. I appreciate it. If you could please sign in with the clerk's office.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you. Development Services.
Israel Monsanto Development Services. The primary use of this PD is for a private school. The project is required to provide at least 2 uses in accordance with Objective 19.1 of the Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan. Since the site has a future land use of CMU 12 designation and is over 20 acres, office use is the required second use as in the current conditions of approval. The request tonight is to add a childcare center as a second use within the 1 acre area along the northeast portion of the site. The applicant proposes 13,000 square feet daycare use or office use. Additionally, the site plan is being amended to include future building area for an auditorium ancillary to the existing private school for an additional 40,000 square feet. Also, an additional 10,000 square feet of building area is being added for future enclosed space expansions in the planned development. Therefore, the overall project square footage is growing to 216,924 square feet, which is still below the maximum allowable floor area ratio for the Comprehensive Plan Future Land Use Designation of CMU 12. Staff finds the proposed modifications do not affect the integrity of the plan development. The child care center use is considered a residential support use, along with the current school use, compatible with the surrounding uses and development pattern. The child care center is being located on the northernmost portion of the site, away from residential uses on the south. The new building area for the auditorium is being placed internal to the site and is accessory to the school use. The number of students, as stated by the applicant, will be maintained as approved today, and no changes to development standards currently governing this site are being proposed. Staff has reviewed the proposed conditions changes submitted by the applicant and does not object. Proposed conditions, however, have been revised by staff to be consistent with regulatory language and to be in line with the traffic analysis provided by the applicant and the proposed site plan. Transportation staff also has reviewed the proposed changes to the school vehicle stacking and event parking plans and does not object. New amended conditions are related to the site access and queuing parking have been proposed. Other reviewing agencies do not object to this major modification. Staff finds that the size of the site is enough to accommodate the new building space, in addition to the playfields, parking areas, and vehicular stacking lanes. The site is also maintaining currently approved buffers and setbacks. The PD will retain the 1 acre area for a second use in compliance with the comprehensive plan objectives and policies. Therefore, based on all those considerations, staff recommends approval with proposed conditions. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Planning Commission, please.
This is Jillian Massey with Planning Commission staff. The subject site is located within the Community Mixed Use 12 Future Land Use Designation. It's in the urban service area and within the limits of the East Lake Orient Park Community Plan. Community Mixed Use 12 is located to the south and east of the subject site. Land designated as public/quasi-public are located to the north and east of the property. The parcels immediately north are within the limits of the city of Temple Terrace. The site will preserve the previously approved 1 acre parcel for the development of an office, which will now include entitlements for the possibility of an office or 13,000 square foot child care center. And this is consistent with Objective 19.1, Objective 19, Policy 19.1, and Policy 19.2 of the Future Land Use Element. As per Policy 19.1, new development in the Community Mixed Use 12 Future Land Use category over 10 acres must provide for a mix of uses. As the applicant is proposing a for-profit child care center that is considered a residential support use, and the proposed major modification meets the intent of these policies. Policy 19.2 requires connections between different uses in these mixed-use land categories, and the applicant has agreed to transportation conditions with regard to access, connectivity, and the queuing plan. Schools are considered residential support uses and are allowable in most future land use categories, subject to compatibility. Residential support uses are encouraged to be located in residential areas to be able to support the neighborhood residential population. The proposed modification is comparable to the surrounding development pattern, as the subject property is surrounded by scattered residential uses. Additionally, a mix of uses and employment opportunities are encouraged within the I-75 corridor. The East Lake Orient Park Community Plan emphasizes the importance of business growth and the provision of jobs within the community. Specifically, the community plan encourages businesses along US Highway 301 between Hillsborough Avenue and the Tampa Bypass Canal. Though this site does not have direct frontage along Highway 301, it is located within a half mile of the roadway, and it helps to fulfill the intent of the East Lake Orient Park Community Plan. And based upon these considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed major modification consistent with the Future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County, subject to conditions proposed by the Development Services Department. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone in the room or online that would like to speak in support of this application? Seeing no one, anyone in opposition that would like to testify? No one? All right, Mr. Grady, anything else?
Nothing further.
Sir, anything else from you before we close? All right, then we'll close major modification 22-0670 and go to the next case.
The next item is agenda item D9, rezoning PD 22-0683. The applicant is Aero Capital LLC. The request is rezoning from AR agricultural rural to planned development. Sam Ball will provide staff a recommendation after presentation by the applicant.
Good evening.
Good evening. I have a binder for the clerk and for you, if that's okay.
Okay.
Thank you. That's all right. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Hearing Officer. My name is Nicole Neugebauer, and I'm a land use attorney at Stearns Weaver in Tampa. My address is 401 East Jackson Street for the record. Do you have the PowerPoint? It should have been uploaded. Sorry about that. 1 second. Perfect. There we go. Next slide, please. I'm here today representing Aero Capital. Also included on the project is Amber Tomasio from Otero, Mike Razor from Razor Transportation, and then also Jacob Craver and David Smith from my office. Next slide. The property is generally located east of I-75 and south of US Highway 92 in Seffner. The current land use for the property is a mixture of different parcels, but it's comprised of single-family residential, open storage, mobile homes, agricultural property, and then some vacant land. Slide. The existing zoning for the property is agricultural rural, and the future land use is UMU 20. The property is also subject to the Seffner Mango Community Planning Area and is within the urban service area. Surrounding uses for the property, they're primarily comprised of agricultural, some single-family conventional and mobile homes, and some intensive commercial. And then I-75 is directly to the east of the project. We're here today asking to allow warehouse with or without distribution center, wholesale distribution, manufacturing, processing, and professional services in 2 out of the 3 buildings at a proposed FAR of 0.22. The project would involve 3 warehouse buildings, internal drive aisles, a stormwater pond, and a parking surface. The building height is limited to 50 feet. However, the buildings 2 and 3, which are closest to the mobile home park to the south, will be limited to 35 feet to provide a reduction in height for the mobile home park. In addition, we'll have 30-foot front, side, and rear yard setbacks, and we'll have 2 access points along Anna Drive and 1 access point on Tanner Road. Here's a copy of our site plan. As you can see, there are some wetland impacts that are noted on the site plan. EPC has conceptually approved the project. In addition, you'll see to the east of the picture, but this is actually the south of the property, the site plan is turned. Those are the 2 buildings that are reduced in height because they are closer to the mobile home park. You'll also notice there is a cell tower that's in the middle of the project. The cell tower owner has agreed to the application, does not have any issues with it. We've met with them, and their only request was that we made sure they have access to their property. Next slide. Consistency with the comprehensive plan. The project is consistent with the UMU 20 future land use category. The property is within the urban service area, which according to objective 1 is where 80% of the county's growth should be going. In addition, industrial projects like this project are allowed, and we are not subject to policy 19.1, which would require a mix of uses because the project is within a half mile of a community activity center and it is exclusively an industrial use. In addition, we are consistent with the Seffner Mango Community Plan by ensuring quality non-residential development and also that light industrial uses go along US 92. There are 4 waivers required for this project. The first one is to remove the tree planting requirements within the VUA buffer. Next slide, please. The reason for this is there is a 26-inch high-pressure gas line that is running through a Florida gas transmission easement, and they will not allow trees to be planted within the easement. We also anticipate that there will be a VOA buffer required, and therefore we're requesting this variation to make sure that there are no trees planted within that easement, which would violate their regulations. The second variation is to allow 2 access connections onto Anner Drive and 1 onto Tanner Road. The reason for 2 access connections on the same street is so that the warehouse buildings can function independently of each other. FDOT has indicated that they do not object to the 2 access points. We have submitted a administrative variance and design exception for this waiver, first due to the 2 access connections on Anna, and then also because Tanner Road is a substandard roadway that we will be required to improve. The last 2 waivers are to reduce the screening requirements, specifically to change the masonry wall to a PVC fence. The PVC fence material is more compatible and aesthetically pleasing to a residential environment, which is to the south of the property. We will be providing adequate screening because we will still be providing a fence that is just more common with commercial and residential areas. The applicant did hold a community meeting on May 23rd, and we've received a couple of phone calls from neighbors asking generally about the project, but no one has voiced any objections to it. Development Services staff has recommended approval, and Planning Commission staff has found the project consistent, and we ask for your recommendation of approval. We have transportation and engineering and the client available if you have any questions.
I just had a quick question as you were talking. This might be a question for the staff, but just to double check. In the description in the staff report on the waivers that are requested, there I understand the waiver for the PVC fence in lieu of the wall and so forth, and then the tree planting requirements. The design exception and administrative variance are through the separate county engineer process.
That is correct.
And then there's a mention to a parking and loading waiver, but I didn't see that. That might be just a typographical error. I didn't see that as a part of your presentation.
No, there should not be a parking or loading error.
I'll clarify that with staff, but I just want to double check. All right, that was my only question. Thank you. Appreciate it. If you want to sign in, I appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am.
We'll go to Development Services.
Good evening, Sam Ball, Hillsborough County Development Services. And that was an error on the staff report for the for the parking and loading waiver.
Thank you.
The applicant is requesting to rezone from AR to planned development 22-0683 to allow warehouse with or without distribution, wholesale distribution, manufacturing, processing, production, professional services as a permitted use on in buildings to the buildings on approximately 24 acres of land located on the east side of Anna Drive between Old Hillsborough County Avenue East and Tanner Road. The property is located approximately 500 feet southwest of I-75 and US Highway 92 intersection, and has a mix of surrounding land uses and zoning designations. The properties to the north of the unimproved Old Hillsborough Avenue right-of-way are used for motor vehicle repair, vehicles salvage and storage, and are zoned planned development in ASC 1. Tanner Road Park and a mobile home park, which is zoned planned development, are located to the south. The property to the east is undeveloped planned development that allows for residential development, and the western boundary abuts the I-75 right-of-way. If planned development 22-0683 is approved, development would be limited to no more than 215,000 square feet of gross floor area of warehousing, wholesale, distribution, trade, manufacturing, processing, production, with professional services also allowable only within buildings 2 and 3. As mentioned, the proposed development would be developed with a floor area ratio of 0.22 in an area that is largely non-residential. Building 1 will have a maximum height of 50 feet. The subject property in the mobile home park to the south of Tanner Road share approximately 65 feet of opposing frontage along Tanner Road. On the south side of the property, nearest the mobile home, the proposed building envelope will have a maximum height of 35 feet, a 30-foot setback requirement from the south property line, and will be further separated from the mobile home park by the 50-foot Tanner Road right-of-way and a 6-foot vehicle use area buffer. The remaining property to the south is an existing park. The residential plan development to the east is approximately 75% wetlands, and the building envelopes are located more than 725 feet from the subject property. The proposed variation to allow PVC fence in lieu of a masonry wall would only be effect on the eastern side of the property because the other three sides of the property adjoin a right-of-way. Due to the separation and the span of the wetlands, staff finds that the PVC fence would provide adequate screening between the proposed development and the potential residential development. The I-75 right-of-way that abuts the property to the west varies in width from 415 to 500 feet. The proposed variation to remove the tree planting requirements within the vehicle use area would apply to the western side of the property to protect an existing 26-inch high-pressure gas line within a 30-foot utility easement held by Florida Gas Transmission Company, who will not permit trees to be planted within their easement. The western 30 feet of the property that isn't covered by the easement will separate the majority of the vehicle use area from the right-of-way. The 30-foot separation between the vehicle use area and with the characteristics of an interstate right-of-way adequately offset the need for required plantings. If PD 22-0683 is approved, the county engineer will approve a section 60402 administrative variance dated July 14th, 2022 to LDC section 60403I, which was found approvable by the county engineer on July 15th, 2022. Approval of this administrative variance will allow the project to have a second access connection to Anna Drive. If Plan Development 22-0683 is approved, the county engineer will also approve the design exception dated July 14th, 2022, and found approvable on July 15th, 2022 for Tanner Road substandard road improvements. Based on the adjacent zonings and uses identified in this report, staff finds the proposed plan development compatible with the existing zoning districts and development pattern in the area. Based on the considerations presented, staff finds this request approval subject to conditions. That concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions.
None at this time, but thank you. I appreciate that clarification on the staff report. We'll go to the Planning Commission.
This is Jillian Massey with Planning Commission staff. The subject site's located in the urban mixed use 20 future land use designation. It's in the urban service area and within the limits of the Sefner Mango Community Plan. Typical uses found in this land use category of urban mixed use 20 are residential, regional scale commercial uses such as a mall, office, and business park uses, research corporate park uses, light industrial, multi-purpose, and clustered residential and or mixed use projects at appropriate locations. The subject site is surrounded by urban mixed use 20. Further to the west is Interstate 75 with a portion designated as public/quasi-public institutions, future land use category. The proposed rezoning meets the intent of Objective 16 and its accompanying policies, which outlines neighborhood protection, placement of non-residential uses, and the gradual transition between unlike uses. Economic development, Objective 26, Policy 26.5 and 26.7 in the future land use element indicates the need to encourage industrial uses as it contributes to the economic well-being of Hillsborough County residents. Industrial uses contribute to the economic growth and productive, stable employment opportunities. The proposed plan development is consistent with the economic development policies as the proposed is industrial warehousing. This use is typically associated with receiving goods, short-term storage, possible assembly and distribution, which would all produce more jobs. The subject site meets the intent of the Sefner Mango Community Plan. Goal 3 indicates that light industrial uses should be directed to US 92, and the proposed development clearly accomplishes this. Furthermore, it supports economic development within the urban service area, and that is compatible with existing surrounding uses. And based upon the considerations just noted, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed plan development consistent with the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County, subject to the conditions proposed by the Development Services Department. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone in the room or online that would like to speak in support? Seeing no one, anyone in opposition to this request? No one. Mr. Grady, anything else?
Nothing further.
All right, anything from the applicant before we close?
No, I don't have anything.
All right, thank you. Then we'll close rezoning 22-0683 and go to the next case.
The next item is agenda item D10. It's major mod application 22-0782. The app is Turning Point of Tampa Incorporated. The request for a major modification to existing plan development. Tanya Chappelle will provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant.
Good evening. My name is David Mechanic here on behalf of the applicant Turning Point. Can you hear me okay?
I can.
Okay, thank you. I have with me Ms. Robin Piper with Turning Point and our planner and transportation analysis person, Randy Cohen. He'll be here simply to answer questions if you have any regarding the traffic. This is sort of an unusual request. We're not proposing any changes to the facility, no physical changes whatsoever. And in fact, we are simply proposing to add intensive outpatient treatment and healthcare professional uses to the site, because an interpretation of county zoning staff was that in order to continue the counseling that is being conducted on site, we needed to add these two as permitted uses. My client's services, and I should explain that, they provide intensive treatment, outpatient treatment, which includes group and individual therapy for people seeking help for alcohol, drug, or eating disorders. And again, no change in the activities on the site are being proposed, and no physical changes to the property are being proposed. And with that, the staff report fully describes the nature of the site, and we have nothing further to add other than to request your approval at this time. Thank you.
Mr. Mechanic, just a quick question, just to clarify the request. It reads that the existing approval is permitted for 10 residents for the professional residential facility, but that the major modification was to ask for 34 beds. Is that
Actually, that's not correct. We only requested 10. There's a notation on the site plan that we only requested 10 beds, and we have no intention or desire to increase that amount.
So the 34 is an error. It's only 10 beds.
Someone's on the staff requested what is the theoretical maximum density allowed in the comp plan category, and the answer was 34. But we do not intend to have 34 beds. The most would be 10.
All right, so it would be acceptable to you to have that condition read at a maximum of 10 beds?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
All right, thank you for that clarification. I appreciate it. Does that conclude your presentation?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you so much. We'll go to Development Services.
Good evening, Tanya Chappella, Development Services. The applicant is requesting to allow for a maximum of 9,800 gross floor area for a 10 beds professional residential facility, healthcare practitioner offices, administrative offices, and intensive outpatient care. The existing plan is approved for a maximum of 14,000 square feet of professional administrative office and professional residential facility. The facility is currently permitted a maximum of 10 residents. The area is primarily residential with BPO uses and multifamily residential developments along Sheldon Road, Zone PD, RMC 9, RMC 12, and RMC 16. Adjacent to the north of the site, there are medical offices. To the east is a single-family dwelling. The adjacent property to the south is developed with a church. Staff finds the request comparable to the existing uses and is compatible with the development pattern along this portion of Sheldon Road. No changes have been proposed to the existing building. The density and intensity proposed are under the CMU 12 maximum density of 12 dwelling units per acre and 0.5 FAR. This concludes my presentation. I'd be glad to answer your questions.
All right. So, Ms. Chappella, just to clarify, so the proposed conditions, Mr. Mechanic just stated currently they read 34 residents, so it needs to be changed back to 10 is what he's saying. And then I had a question about zoning condition 2, where it mentions a waiver of section 61175A is granted. What does that refer to? It's in zoning condition 2.
That was a distance waiver that was granted in 2011 when the professional residential use was permitted. And that waiver, we are not proposing any change. It was granted as part of.
So it's previously approved.
Yes, that's correct.
All right, perfect. Thank you. That answers my question. Thank you. All right, then we'll go to the Planning Commission, please.
This is Jillian Massey with Planning Commission staff. The subject site is located in the Community Mixed Use 12 Future Land Use Designation. It's in the urban service area and within the limits of the Town and Country Community Plan. The proposed medical office and outpatient care services is in the urban service area, and it's compatible with the existing character of the development as it's located on an arterial roadway and with other offices and light commercial uses along this corridor. The subject site is surrounded by Community Mixed Use 12 to the north and south and Residential 4 to the east across Rocky Creek. To the west across Sheldon Road is designated as Residential 12 and Residential 20. The area surrounding the site mainly contains light commercial uses and multifamily residential developments. Immediately north of the site, there are medical offices. There are some single-family dwellings further to the north. Immediately east of the site is a single-family dwelling. Immediately south of the site is a church that shares cross-access easement with the professional offices and a community residential home, which is owned and operated by the applicant. The proposed rezoning meets the intent of Objective 16 and policies 16.2, 16.3, 16.5, and 17.7. The proposed medical office and outpatient care is consistent with the neighborhood scale commercial development that is intended in this land use designation. The existing building footprint will not be expanded. The request does not include any waivers to setbacks or buffers. The wetlands located on the northern and eastern property boundaries serve as a buffer from the single-family residential to the east. The proposal meets all land development code regulations, and there are no objections from other commenting agencies, therefore is consistent with Objective 9 and Policy 9.2. And based upon these considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed major modification consistent with the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County, subject to the conditions proposed by the Development Services Department. And that concludes my testimony. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Is there anyone in the room that would like to speak in support? No one online? All right. Anyone in opposition that would like to testify? Seeing no one, Mr. Grady, anything else?
Nothing further.
All right. Then would the applicant like the last word?
Just that we would request your recommendation for approval. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mechanic. I appreciate it. We'll close major modification 22-0782 and go to the next case.
The next item is agenda item D11, rezoning application PD 22-0832. The request is rezoned from CG to a planned development. Tanya Chappella will provide staff recommendation and presentation by the applicant.
Good evening.
Good evening, hearing officer, and thank you for your resilience through all this. We're glad it's not midnight. Ken Tinkler with the Carlton Fields Law Firm, 4221 West Boy Scout Boulevard in Tampa, representing the applicant. I have been sworn. I just want to give a few comments before I turn it over to Kimberly Horn for their analysis. This is a project located at 301 Robertson Street and 284 South Moon Avenue in Brandon, across from the HCA Florida Brandon Hospital. We're requesting a rezoning from CG to PD in order to allow for an infill project that will replace the existing commercial development with a 75,000 square foot, 3-story modern medical office building to complement the hospital. As you'll hear later from staff, this has been found to be approvable, and Planning Commission found it both consistent with the Brandon Community Plan and the overall comprehensive plan. I do want to note there's one unique feature. We've included an optional pedestrian access point for a sky bridge that would cross over to the hospital. We certainly understand the comments that staff had that this would have to go through other approval processes and engineering. That'll be done. We just wanted to make sure that pedestrian access point was on the site plan as part of the PD approval. We have a companion PRS application that's going in to put the access point on the other side of the street in the hospital's PD. One of the small thing, I'm sure staff already caught this already. I noticed in the staff report, page 10, item 12, there's a reference to a different PD from 2021, and we wanted to get that clarified to correct it to the PD that we have here. I'm sure
That was my question as well.
I'm sure none of us want to repeat 2021.
So that is not, that's unrelated to any of the subject of this matter.
Yeah,
Okay.
that I'm guessing that was just a cut and paste.
All right, gotcha.
With that, I'm going to, and for the record, I have Matt Femels from Kimley Horn, his resume, and also the traffic, the justification for the reduction of the parking and documents I'm going to turn into the record, and I'll turn it over to Matt.
All right, thank you so much. If you could please sign in with the clerk's office.
Of course, thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Matt Femel with Kimley Horn, located at 201 North Franklin Street. I've been sworn in, and I'm the civil engineer of record for the project. And we're here today on behalf of Health Peak Properties to request a rezone on 4.9 acre site from commercial general to planned development to allow for the proposed 75,000 square foot medical office building. So the medical office building development will contain on-site surface parking. We'll have 2 vehicle driveway connections on Moon Avenue, as indicated on the site plan with the shaded arrows. Next, please. Next, we'll go next, about 2 or 3 of them. Next. So here's the existing site. Next for the proposed site location. And then next, please. So the 2 vehicle driveway locations are shown with the shaded arrows. The development will provide ADA accessible pathways from the public right-of-way to the building entrances, and will install new sidewalks along the project right-of-way in locations where the sidewalk currently does not exist. Next, the site plan has been submitted to Hillsborough County for review and has been found consistent with Planning Commission and recommended for approval by Development Services. Next. The applicant is requesting a variation from the code to reduce the number of required off-street parking spaces for medical office uses from 5 spaces per 1,000 square feet to 4 spaces per 1,000 square feet. The IT parking generation generation manual 5th edition, which I have in my hand here, studied 117 medical office sites, and the results of the study indicated an average peak parking ratio of 3.23 parking spaces per 1,000 square foot. This study supports the request to reduce the minimum required parking to 4 spaces per 1,000 square foot. And we have provided a copy for the record. There's like 2 or 3 pages out of the manual that we've provided. The applicant is requesting a waiver. We're also requesting a waiver to remove the additional setback of 2 feet for every 1 foot of structure height over 20 feet. The requested waiver meets the intent of the LDC while still providing an ample setback from the right-of-way and surrounding developments, as a code-required base setback of 30 feet will still be provided. Strictly adhering to the additional setback would require the development to comply with the front yard setback that is both overwhelming and incongruent with the Brandon Community Plan Urban Character District, which encourages building heights between 3 and 10 stories. So I just want to thank you for your time tonight. And we, respectfully request your support of the rezoning application.
Thank you so much. If you could please sign in and submit whatever documents you'd like into the record.
Right, thank you.
Does that complete your presentation? All right, thank you so much. We'll go to Development Services.
Tanya Chapella, Development Services. The existing zoning is commercial general, which allows general commercial uses. The proposed zoning for planned development to allow health practitioners' offices and professional offices and also ancillary uses. The existing buildings will be demolished. The applicant is also requesting two variations to Land Development Code Section 60101 and Notes 8 and 11 to allow a building height increase from 20 feet to 100 feet within the required 0 feet setback. Then variation number 2 is to Land Development Code Section 60505 parking standards to allow a parking ratio of 4 parking spaces for every 1,000 square feet of health practitioner's office. The parcel is surrounded by commercially zoned properties developed with commercial uses, medical office, and retail. To the south, across Oakfield Drive, is the Brandon Regional Hospital. Staff finds the request compatible with the development pattern along this portion of Oakfield Drive. The proposed uses are comparable to the current CE allows uses. Furthermore, the proposed project reduced the number of potential uses currently allowed in this subject property. The proposed 0.34 FAR is significantly under the 1.0 maximum FAR allowable in the UM-U20 comprehensive plan category. Given the above, staff finds the proposed modification to be compatible with the surrounding properties and keeping the general development pattern of the area. Before I conclude my presentation, I want to appreciate the applicant. He found the condition number 12. There is indeed a mistake. It should be a PD 22-0432 instead of the reference to last year's application number. I'm glad to answer your questions.
Well, first, let's start with that. So repeat that number again, Mr. Chappella. What should it be?
Actually, Madam Hearing Officer, that condition can just be removed because since we do certifications, it's part of the BOCC land use meeting. It's a holdover from an older condition, so it's really not necessary to be in there. So we can just remove that condition. So we can submit revised conditions deleting that. And also, just for the record, as part of the changes, we're going to add, and again, this is just a reference to existing code regulation, which is LDC section 50307C that deals with general site plan explanation regarding transportation network and access points. That's, again, it's an existing code requirement the project's subject to, but we just started putting those as a highlight in the conditions just to highlight that requirement. And so we would add that as a condition, but again, 12 will be removed.
Okay.
Yes.
And then there's a question I saw in the county, the optics backup, where the applicant in July added a waiver request for the 2-to-1 setback for buildings over 20 feet. And I don't see that in the staff report at all. I know Mr. Femel mentioned that, I believe, as part of his presentation, but I don't see that in the staff report or in the proposed zoning conditions of that waiver requirement. And then I had a question, and maybe I'll come back to Mr. Femel and rebuttal, but the proposed height at 100 feet, I note on the applicant's site plan shows as 4 stories maximum. And in the Planning Commission report, they talk about 3 stories. So maybe it's appropriate at rebuttal to finalize what that actual figure is and perhaps add that to the proposed zoning conditions so that it's clear. But clearly the staff report needs to be revised. And then finally, Ms. Chappelle, before I let you go, on page 1, under the proposed zoning, it says under the proposed PD 210832. And what is that a reference to under proposed PD zoning in the table?
Is page 1, you say, the table?
Under development standards.
Proposed PD zoning, it should be PD 22-0832.
I apologize. Okay, all right, so that's just a typographical error. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, that's all I had. Thank you so much. We'll go to the Planning Commission.
This is Jillian Massey with the Planning Commission staff. The subject site's located in the urban mixed-use 20 future land use designation. It's in the urban service area and within the limits of the Brandon Community Plan. The proposed rezoning meets the intent of Objective 1 of the future land use element of the comprehensive plan by providing growth in the urban service area. The proposed rezoning also meets the intent of Policy 1.4 as it's compatible with the surrounding area that's primarily commercial, general, and planned development zoning districts in proximity to the subject site. A rezoning from commercial general to planned development would maintain the urban center character of the area, as there are already several light commercial properties in proximity. The proposed modification would complement the surrounding land uses and is therefore consistent with Objective 16, Policy 16.1, 16.2, and 16.3 of the future land use element. The proposed intensity is well below the maximum permitted and is therefore consistent with the intensity expected in the urban mixed-use 20 future land use category. The request is also consistent with the Brandon Community Plan. The site is in the Urban Character District that is outlined in Goal 6.5A, which contains the most intense land uses and includes regional shopping areas and the State Road 60 Overlay District. Commercial and mixed-use developments will be encouraged with varying building heights between 3 and 10 stories. The proposed development has a light commercial use with a building height of 3 stories and therefore meets the intent of the character district. The site also meets the intent of Goal 1 on establishing a balanced transportation system, which provides safe infrastructure for all modes of transportation and designs intersections for pedestrian safety. The proposed site will have an optional pedestrian sky bridge connection to the adjacent Brandon Regional Hospital, and the applicant site plan shows sidewalks provided on Oakfield Drive and South Moon Avenue. No sidewalk is shown on West Robertson Street. And based upon these considerations, the Planning Commission staff finds the proposed rezoning consistent with the future of Hillsborough comprehensive plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County, subject to the conditions proposed by the Development Services Department. And that concludes my testimony. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Is there anyone in the audience or online that would like to speak in support? Anyone in favor? Seeing no one. Anyone in opposition to this request? No one. All right, Mr. Grady, anything else?
Just that we'll certainly update the conditions to reflect the 2-to-1 issue and also clarification of the height based on comments from the applicant.
All right, thank you. So we'll go back to rebuttal. If we could address the height clarification, if it is 100 feet and 3 stories or 4 stories, and would you be amenable to adding that to the proposed zoning conditions, to clarify?
So the building is estimated at 3 stories, but we want the ability to be able to go up to 4 stories if we can. So it's indicated on the general development site plan that it's a maximum of up to 4 stories. And that's 100 feet. The 4 feet will be well under the 100 feet height. Or the 4 stories will be well underneath the 100 feet height.
Right, okay. And so would that be acceptable to add that as a zoning condition to commit to it?
Sir, would you state your name again for the record, please?
Hi, Matt Femel, Kimley Horn.
Thank you.
For the record, Ken Tinkler. What was the question regarding up
If
to
you
4
would be-
stories and 100 feet?
Yes, if you would be willing to add that to the zoning conditions to clarify that it's 100 feet and 4 stories maximum.
That's fine.
All right, thank you so much.
I did want to ask, I couldn't hear Mr. Grady's comment after we were talking about the changes to condition 12 about other conditions that may need to be added. If he could repeat that for me.
Hold on a second. It's basically, it's referencing existing code requirement. And for reference, it's LDC section 50307C. So it's just, we're putting that in conditions just to highlight that because it does deal with, a recently adopted amendment that basically speaks to, for transportation related things, if the project doesn't develop within 5 years, then you have to come back and reevaluate the site plan for transportation related issues. So it's a code requirement, and we're just, since it's got a timing mechanism to help highlight that for people, going forward.
Understood.
I understand your timeline. I don't think that's probably gonna be an issue for what you're doing.
Should not be an issue. So
Yeah.
I appreciate that. Thank you. With that, we certainly wanted to make sure the waiver and all that we had proposed is included as part of this.
Make sure to include that.
I appreciate it. And beyond that, we just ask for your recommendation of approval.
All right, thank you so much. I appreciate it. If everybody could sign in if you haven't already with the clerk's office. We'll close rezoning 22-0832 and go to the next case.
The next item is agenda item D12, rezoning PD 22-0834. The applicant is Mark Bentley. The request is rezone from RRC 6 to a planned development. Tim Lampkin will provide staff recommendation at the presentation by the applicant.
Good evening.
Good evening, Madam Hearing Officer. My name is Mark Bentley, 401 East Jackson Street, Tampa 33602, and I've been sworn. The request is a PD to increase the capacity of an existing CRH from 6 residents to 10. These would be elderly residents. They have been since 2018, and they'll be under continuous supervision and care. And the proposal is in keeping with the policy set forth by the state and the county in terms of deinstitutionalization, with the policy being to try and keep the elderly in residential areas where they're accustomed to versus being displaced into institutional buildings and commercial districts. So the use has demonstrated compatibility at this location since 2018 when it opened with 6 residents. There haven't been any negative interactions reported with the state concerning the residents' activities. The residents are under supervision at all times, and being elderly do not wander off the premises. Per state records, there have been no incidents of what they call elopement in the history of this facility. I'd like to turn it over to Russell Ottenberg to kind of go over the site plan. Then I have 3 studies to get into the record, concerning potential impact on property values, crime, that type of stuff. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. If you could please sign in, Mr. Bentley. Good evening.
Good evening. Russell Ottenberg, 3737 Lake Joyce Drive, Land O'Lakes, Florida. I have been sworn. I'm a land planner that has been working on this project with Mark. As he noted, this is an existing type A community residential home with 6 residents. The request is to increase that to a type B residential home, community residential home with 10 residents. Type Bs are permitted to go up to 14 beds, so this will be well under what is permissible for a type B community residential home. The project, the additional beds will result in 1 net additional peak hour trip, both in the AM and the PM. And so from that perspective, it is a de minimis impact on Bryan Road. We have requested and have been required to request an administrative waiver to section 6.0407 for connection spacing. The county engineer has found that administrative variance approvable, and that is part of your package. We are requesting 1 minor change to the proposed conditions, and I will submit this into evidence. The change is to condition 3.1, the 5-foot type 8 buffer along the rear and side yards. We've requested that we add the text in red. However, the existing shed encroaching about 0.6 of a foot into the rear buffer at the southwest corner of the property is recognized as a legal nonconformity. It's been there for not to have to relocate it, pour a new slab, that type of thing. It's just a shed. So that is, and we have submitted this request to staff, and we haven't gotten an objection back on that. I'll enter this into the record.
Okay, thank you.
Otherwise, the project will comply with applicable Hillsborough County Land Development Code regulations, including parking. We're required to have 4 parking spaces based on the number of beds and the staffing. We're providing 4 parking spaces, otherwise meeting the commercial criteria that a type B community residential home requires. And so the project will otherwise be fully consistent with the land development code. And so staff has found the project to be consistent and compatible. And as such, we would respectfully request a recommendation of approval on this. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Just a quick question. Maybe I missed it, but you were also requesting a waiver from residentially zoned property. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, that is correct. There is the residential waiver.
All right, so that continues. And the administrative variance, the county engineer, you said deemed that approvable.
That is correct, yes.
I see,
Yeah.
okay. And then finally, are there any plans to change the exterior of the existing home as a part of this?
Not to my knowledge. It is residential in nature, so it's planned to stay that way. My understanding is all the improvements are going to be internal.
I see. All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Please sign in.
I think that's a condition, residential character.
Yes, yeah, it is a condition. It is a condition that the home maintain residential character, and so there would be no changes to that.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, just a couple points is studies I want to enter into the record are the effects of group homes on neighborhood property values. Another one, counteracting not my backyard, a study of impacts on crime, property values, and the APA article on nursing homes, where they conclude that there's no impact on traffic, property values, et cetera. And here again, these are people with dementia and Alzheimer's, and they're under strict supervision, and they're not really going anywhere. So like Russell said, the only increase in traffic is actually just 1 ADT, AM and PM. So then in all the respects, we'll comply with all the other codes. So if you have any questions, I'll try and answer them. Thanks.
No, you already answered my question, but thank you. I appreciate it. We'll go to development services, please.
Good evening, Tim Lampkin, Development Services. The applicant is requesting a plan development from RSC 6 zoning to plan development to allow a type B community residential home with a maximum of 10 residents. And as the applicant stated, there is an existing community residential home with 6 residents, but the Land Development Code, section 6.11.28 states that a community residential home housing 6 or fewer residents is deemed a single family home. So that's why they're now having to request a PD in order to increase the number of residents. They're requesting, as they've already stated, PD variation, section 6.04.07 regarding access spacing, and a waiver from LDC section 6.11.28.c regarding proximity to residentially zoned properties. The parcel is approximately
Mr. Lampkin, can I interrupt you for just 1 second? I just don't want to leave that hanging out on the record. That, it's my understanding that that is an administrative variance and not a PD variation. A PD variation requires my separate finding of approval based on criteria in the code, and that administrative variance is a county engineer reviewed separate process tied to this, but not under the zoning hearing master's purview.
You are absolutely correct, and my apologies. So I need to change the cover page, and we'll submit a revised report to remove that. That should not be under PD variations. It should be under the.
Perfect.
Yeah,
Thank
it should
you.
not
Please,
be.
all right. Thank you so much. Please continue.
No, thank you. And so it's approximately 2/3 of an acre. It's located on the west side of South Bryant Road, south of Clarissa Drive. The area consists mostly of residential. Directly across Bryan Road is a 13.9 acre Hillsborough County Saladino dog park. And further north and south are neighborhood commercial type uses. The future land use designation is Res 4. And as discussed, per LDC section 6.11.28A, a community residential home must be located at least 1,200 feet from other community residential homes, type B or C, in a multifamily zoning, and at least 500 feet from an area of non-agricultural zoning. In this instance, they're surrounded by residential on 3 sides. The applicant did submit the waiver request with justification. The applicant also provided documentation from the Agency for the Health Care Administration, Florida Department of Children and Families, and the Agency for Persons with Disabilities, which shows no other community residential homes type B or C exist within 1,200 feet of the proposed facility. And the applicant further states that the community residential home will provide for development that could not be accommodated by strict adherence to the LDC and will provide affordable housing that for the elderly that desire to reside in a neighborhood environment as opposed to a large institutional building in a commercial or office area. And that the separation is mitigated by its single-family architectural features and provided buffers. To protect the existing residential homes, the development will be designed in a way that will be compatible with the established character of the neighborhood. The application, if PD 22-0834 is approved, the county engineer will approve the administrative variance for the access spacing requirements. Staff finds that the project is consistent and is supportable from all review agencies subject to the proposed conditions of approval. And that concludes staff's presentation, unless there are any questions.
No, no further questions. Thank you so much. Planning Commission, please.
This is Jillian Massey with Planning Commission staff. Subject sites located in the residential 4 future land use designation. It's in the urban service area and within the limits of the Brandon Community Plan. The subject site is surrounded by residential 4 on all sides. A community residential home type B is a residential support use that can be considered in this future land use category, which anticipates primarily residential uses. The proposal also meets the intent of future land use element objective 16 and its accompanying policies 16.1, 16.2, 16.3, 16.8, and 16.10 that require new development, infill, and redevelopment to be compatible with the surrounding area and character, lot size, and density. The applicant is proposing 10 beds, which will complement the existing residential density per household of the surrounding area. Objective 17 and policy 17.1 permit the development of residential support uses in all residential future land use categories. The subject site is located in the Res 4 future land use category, and this is permitted. And these types of uses are not subject to commercial locational criteria in the comprehensive plan. Objective 20 and policies 20.5 and 20.6 support the development of congregate living facilities within unincorporated Hillsborough County, subject to limitations. The proposed use therefore meets the intent of Objective 20 by providing innovative housing for all residents of Hillsborough County. The subject site is in the Garden Estates district of the Brandon Community Plan, just bordering the southern limits of the suburban character district of the community plan. The proposed use meets the intent of the community plan, and it is not one of the discouraged uses such as adult daycare or childcare mentioned in the community plan. Rather, it is already an existing assisted living facility that is a residential support use that is seeking an increase in beds, but below the maximum permitted density, and will remain in a residential style building in order to remain compatible with the existing character of the surrounding area. And based upon these considerations, the Planning Commission staff finds the proposed plan development consistent with the Future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County, subject to the conditions proposed by the Development Services Department. And that concludes my testimony. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Is there anyone in the room or online that would like to speak in support? Seeing no one, anyone in opposition to this request? No one. Mr. Grady, anything else?
Nothing further.
Mr. Bentley? All right, thank you. With that, we'll close rezoning 22-0834 and go to the last case.
Last item is agenda item D14, major mod application 22-0862. This is a request for a major modification existing plan development. Sam Ball will provide staff presentation, recommendation after presentation by the applicant.
Is the applicant here? Good evening. You made it.
Yes. Procedurally, Lise Batzel, Stearns Weaver Miller, I have not been sworn.
Okay. Is there anyone in the room or online that is planning to speak and has not been sworn? Will you please stand, raise your right hand. You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated. Continue.
Again, for the record, Lise Batzel with Stearns Weaver Miller. May I present information for the record?
Sure. Thank you.
So good evening. We're here to present this major modification to you. Next slide, please. Either attending virtually or here with us tonight are the applicant, Bel Air Development, Carlos Yepes, our civil engineer with Native Engineering, our transportation engineer with Links and Associate, and myself on behalf of Stearns Weaver Miller. Next slide. This property is 13.65 acres. As a housekeeping matter, I think the staff report and the Planning Commission report mentioned 12.8 acres. It may have been updated, but just want to put that in the record. It is 13.65 acres. It is located in Valrico, generally south of State Road 60 East and east of Valrico Road. It is in the urban service area. Next slide. Before we discuss the specific project, I just wanted to spend a moment on the larger area. This project is sandwiched in between an area to the east and to the west that are OC20 right now, future land use category. And these areas already have existing commercial development, so it really is a prime location for infill residential development. The applicant did apply for a comprehensive plan amendment to change the future land use category from Res 9 to Res 20. That application was heard by the Board of County Commissioners in January, and they asked that it be continued to run concurrent with this rezoning application. So with your recommendation, both will proceed at the same meeting to the BOCC. Next slide. The project is included, as I mentioned, in the urban service area, but it is also within the Brandon overlay. As you're probably already aware, the intent of the Brandon overlay is to improve the appearance of new and existing commercial and residential development along State Road 60 between I-75 and Dover Road. And this project will comply with those provisions. It's also important to note that this project is not in the Brandon Community Plan. So this is a graphic that just shows the infill opportunity within the urban service area along State Road 60. It's built out with a lot of commercial development. As you can see from the graphic, the commercial entitlements that already exist include grocery stores, fast food restaurants, retail shopping, gyms, pharmacies, and auto shops in the immediate vicinity. And this is really important because from a walkability perspective, if this project is approved, the project is exactly the type of use that will allow residential to coexist with the existing commercial development. And as you will hear from the Planning Commission, so many of our comprehensive plan policies encourage that integration of commercial and more intensive residential uses to promote walkability. This is in an area targeted for growth by the Hillsborough Vision Map. Specifically, this area is located in an area envisioned for high-intensity suburban Level 3 development. It's also important to note that the Planning Commission population table shows that the Brandon area is expected to grow by 14,685 new residents by 2045. This is approximately 3.6% of the overall expected growth of the county in this particular area. So now that I've kind of painted the big picture, I want to talk a little bit more about the specific project and what's directly adjacent to the property. To the north is a car wash, a CVS pharmacy, a Burger King, and a gas station. To the south are the existing townhomes, Oak Valley townhomes, and we have submitted letters of support from 10 to 11 of those owners of the existing development. To the west are Valrico Commons, which is a retail center, including a Publix. And to the east is a single-family residential home. This is just a graphic depiction of the surrounding uses. As you can see, again, the commercial is directly across the street and directly to the west of the project. Next slide. So here's where it's really important to stop for just a moment. This property is not a clean slate. There are existing approved entitlements in the form of a PD today. In 2003, this PD was approved for 89,000 square feet of commercial general uses and 15,000 square feet of residential support and business professional office uses. Back 1 second. That's okay. In the northwest corner, and you can see this a little bit better on the next slide, but there is a Taco Bell in that northwest corner that exists as part of the existing PD as well.
Is that the shaded area?
No, it's actually to the northwest. If I had
I see. The opposite corner. Okay.
Exactly. I have a better graphic to show you soon. Next slide. So our request today is to amend the existing PD to eliminate 103,525 square feet of non-residential entitlements. We are maintaining the Taco Bell, which is 2,475 square feet. And we are replacing those non-residential entitlements with 256 multifamily apartments. There is also, as you'll hear from Steve Henry with Links and Associates, an associated very significant reduction in traffic. So this is a graphic depiction of the project. The area in white in that northwest corner, that's the Taco Bell. That use will remain. The colored area represents the area that's being converted from a more intense commercial development to 256 multifamily units. There are 4 3-story buildings and 1 4-story building. If you look, you'll see that the 4-story building is located more centrally to the project. We really did spend a great deal of time after engaging with the community modifying our site plan to try to be sensitive to the surrounding existing single-family residential and multifamily townhomes to the south. We did that in a number of ways. We located the stormwater retention to the southeast corner of the project to provide a natural physical separation and buffer. We provided greater setbacks, buffering, and screening that exceeds the requirements of the Land Development Code to mitigate those potential impacts. And again, we internalized the buildings to increase the separation from the existing uses. And finally, we provided a type B buffer along the southern boundary and along the eastern boundary, which allows us to work with natural resources and maintain some of that existing mature vegetation that exists. Next slide. So the applicant has engaged the community on a number of occasions. There was a community meeting on April 27th and a meeting with the Oak Valley Townhomes Homeowners Association on February 16th, 2022. There was one thing that the community overwhelmingly was concerned about, and that was traffic. And they were concerned and they wanted a reduction in traffic on Valrico Road. Obviously, we can't provide for what is existing out there today, but what this development can do is it can reduce the number of trips between the existing commercial development and between what's proposed. And Steve Henry will talk a little bit more about that. The community also requested that the proposed buildings be located as far away from possible from the existing residential. And so we did move the buildings further north along the southern boundary in order to accommodate that request. Next slide. Oh, and one more thing, Officer Finch. The community noted that there is a homeless issue on the property, and so there were concerns about the people squatting there. So those members that have provided letters of support were happy to see this finally being redeveloped. So I thought it would be helpful to show the actual distances from the buildings that we're proposing to the existing structures around the property, just as a reference point. As you can see on the southern boundary, the setback is 110 feet, but it's actually 140 feet from the nearest residential structure to the south. Again, you'll see ranges from 207 feet all the way up to almost 1,200 feet. But if you look directly to the east, there is a marker. You'll see a little small white building that's directly on the property line. That's actually a shed, not a single family structure. The actual single family structure is 325 feet away. Thank you. So we have submitted a number of letters of support. I won't go into all of those. I'll allow you to read them. But generally, the letters of support that have come from commercial properties really recognize the need for housing for their employees along this corridor. We have 5 commercial letters of support, and there are also signatures from members of the Oak Valley Homeowners Association. I believe we have 10 signatures, and that is the property directly to the south of the development. Next slide. So this is an issue that we struggled with. We originally proposed a write-in, write-out only. Steve Henry can talk to you about this a little bit more, but staff did come back and required a full access point on Valrico Road. So we did accommodate that requirement in our site development plan. At this point in time, I'd like to introduce Steve Henry with Links and Associates to talk about the trip generation.
Evening. Good evening. Steve Henry, Links and Associates, 5023 West Laurel, Tampa 33607. We did the traffic analysis for the project, and what we've got here is a comparison of what the approved land use would generate versus what we're proposing. And this includes, and you'll notice that this is slightly different than what you might see in the staff report. And part of that reason is the staff uses the ITE 10th edition. We use the 11th edition. So this is more current data than what's in the staff report, but that's the latest edition that they have to be able to work from. So if you look at that today, under the approved zoning, you could generate about 6,000 new daily trip ends. With the proposed, it'd be about 1,700. So a pretty significant decrease in the daily traffic. If you go to the next slide. And then we also looked at both the AM and PM. So in the AM, the green shows the approved. It's about 224. The proposed 157. Again, a reduction. And then the PM is a pretty significant reduction from 559 to 137. So pretty significant reduction in the overall traffic associated with what's approved today versus what we're proposing. And that includes both not only the apartments, but also the existing Taco Bell as far as the approved. The next slide. And then also we have met with DOT on the access to State Road 60. And, you know, this is actually, they're asking us to modify the median opening in front. Right now, it's a full median opening on State Road 60. As a part of their widening plans for State Road 60, they were intending to do this anyway, but they're asking us to do it in conjunction with the development of the property. So what we're going to do is modify that median out there. It's currently a full median opening to a directional median opening. So that would allow left in, right out, just no left out. And then as far as the access to Valrico Road, we had originally shown it as an exit only, but because it is actually classified as a collector roadway, that the county staff had asked us to make it required that we make that a full access. So we have modified that in the analysis and on the site plan to be a full access. And it does, it will align with the southern driveway for the Publix on the west side of Valrico Road.
So that's the sole access.
Well, we have access to State Road 60, which is the directional median opening. It's on.
Okay.
And then we also have the Valrico access.
I see. And there's no connection between the Taco Bell and the rest of this property.
Yes, if you look at the aerial, you can see it better. But the driveway that is there, that kind of veers off to the west, That will continue straight, and that'll be our access.
I see. Okay, I understand.
That concludes my presentation. Unless you have any questions.
No, it's pretty straightforward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. You please sign in.
Sure.
Just a couple more points in the last minute. Next slide, please. Your planning commission staff has about 4 pages of comprehensive plan objectives and policies that this project supports, or that supports this development. I want to just point out one, and that is that it is consistent with the urban service objectives and policies related to density and timing of growth. The planning commission and your development services have made their professional determinations that the timing for this particular project is appropriate. So I just want to put that into the record. Next slide. There are no new waivers. However, we do have to restate a waiver that's existing for the existing Taco Bell. Next slide. And that is a waiver of the commercial locational criteria. Again, this is not the new development that's requiring this, but the existing Taco Bell that's part of the development. Next slide. Development Services recommends approval. Planning Commission found the project consistent. It is consistent with the county's vision plan for Brandon, with a comprehensive plan. Your staff has found that it's compatible. And importantly, the project provides much needed residential in an area with abundant commercial uses on a future transit corridor. With that, we respectfully request your recommendation of approval.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. If you could please sign in if you haven't already.
Yes, please let us know if you have any questions.
I don't have any further questions. Thank you, though. All right, we'll go to Development Services, please.
Okay. Good evening, Sam Ball of Hillsborough County Development Services. There was a correction to the staff report. It was revised to show that the property size is at 13.65 acres instead of the 12.84. The applicant's requesting a major modification to PD 03644 for the parcel located at the south side of East State Road 60 and Rolling Hills Boulevard intersection. PD 030644 was approved to allow for 89,000 square feet of commercial general uses, 1,000 square feet of residential support uses, 10,000 square feet of business professional office uses. The applicant is requesting modifications to the allowable uses to allow 256 family dwelling units and reduce the allowable commercial general uses to 2,475 square feet. Development in the surrounding area includes a mix of uses, including townhomes to the south, a single-family residential to the east, a church, mobile home park, and multi-tenant to the north, and a convenience store of gas pumps, car wash, drugstore, single-family residential, multi-tenant retail, and an eating establishment with a drive-through to the west. If major modification 22-0862 is approved, development will be limited to 256 multifamily dwellings and 2,475 square feet of general commercial uses. Multi-family structures will have 75-foot setbacks from State Road 60 and the south and east property lines. A 20-foot buffer will be required between the site and the non-residential properties to the northwest. The maximum height would be 45 feet, 4 stories for the main building and 3 stories for the smaller buildings. Development would result in a gross density of 19.9 dwelling units per acre. The main multifamily building will also be separated from the existing drive-through restaurant by a 20-foot type B buffer. If plan development 22-0862 is approved, the county engineer will approve a section 60402B administrative variance dated July 12, 2022 from the section 60403L Hillsborough County Land Development Code requirement to improve the roadway to current county standards. The administrative variance was found approvable by the county engineer on July 15th, 2022. Based on the pending future land use classification that's pending, the surrounding zoning and development pattern and the proposed uses and development standards for the major modification, staff finds the request approvable subject to conditions. That concludes my presentation. Thank you. I'm available for any questions.
No further questions at this time. Thank you. Planning Commission.
This is Jillian Massey with Planning Commission staff. As mentioned, the site's located currently in the residential 9 future land use category. However, there is a pending comprehensive plan amendment 21-26 to change the property to residential 20. The property is located in the urban service area and not within the limits of a community plan. To the north, northwest, and southwest of the subject site is residential 6. Office commercial 20 is found to the west, and to the east is the residential 4 future land use category. The subject site is vacant except for a single family home, and the northern portion of the property contains a vehicle rental service. The proposed rezoning is compatible with the surrounding uses. The general vicinity is mostly commercial intensive uses along State Road 60. And further south, the development pattern transitions to medium density, single family residential. The rezoning is consistent with Objective 7, Policy 7.1, and Objective 8, which requires development to be consistent with the future land use category. The subject property may potentially have a future land use designation of residential 20 if the rezoning is and comprehensive plan amendment is approved by the Board of County Commissioners. The residential 20 category is intended for high density residential development, as well as urban scale neighborhood, commercial, office, multi-purpose projects, and mixed use developments. The residential 20 future land use category allows up to 20 dwelling units per acre and a FAR or a maximum FAR of 0.75. This would allow the property up to 256 dwelling units and 418,176 square feet of non-residential uses. To the north, the rezoning is consistent with Objective 16, Policy 16.1, 16.2, 16.3, and 16.5, which discusses the need to protect existing neighborhoods and communities, and those will not emerge in the future. The request does protect existing neighborhoods by concentrating the density closer to State Route 60. This not only allows transition from single family to the south to the intensive commercial uses on State Route 60, but it also allows for the use of public transportation, significantly reducing vehicular trips generated from the development. Objective 22 provides location criteria for neighborhoods serving commercial uses. One of the criteria for the properties is to be located within the required distance of a qualifying intersection, as shown on the 2040 Highway Cost Affordable Map. The nearest qualifying intersection is Valrico Road and State Road 60. The required distance is 300 linear feet from the intersection, and the subject site's located approximately 1,000 linear feet away. The applicant has submitted a commercial locational criteria waiver for review. Staff's reviewed the waiver request and recommends approval. State Road 60 and Valrico Road has significantly changed since the adoption of the 2040 Highway Cost Affordable Map. Today, these roads would be considered a principal arterial road and a county collector, qualifying the intersection for a 1,000 linear foot distance requirement, which the subject site would have met. Based on these considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed major modification consistent with the Future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County, subject to the conditions proposed by the Development Services Department. And that concludes my testimony. If you have any questions, thank you.
No further questions. Thank you. Is there anyone in the room or online that would like to speak in support? Anyone in favor? Seeing no one, anyone in opposition to this request? How many people would like to speak? We have 4. Okay. All right. So we'll do 4 minutes apiece if you could set the clock. Good evening. If you could give us your name and address, please. 3?
There should be one online.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll go with 4 and see how that goes. Good evening.
Good evening. Max Forgy, doing business as Forgy Planning Services, 236 Southeast 45th Street, Cape Coral, Florida. A member in good standing of the American Institute of Certified Planners since 1993. I am here on behalf of my client, Mr. Charles Botha Jr., And unfortunately, our attorney, Luke Leroux, is indisposed, and we probably won't be hearing from him. I can address this rather quickly. Tonight's companion case is Fluma 2126. It was the adopted future land use map illustrates this property, this subject property, as Res 9 with a FAR of 0.5. The applicant is requesting Res 20 with a 0.75 FAR. The surrounding area is Res 9 or lower, at least the immediate area. Across State Road 60, it's Res 6. It's Res 9 to the east, south, and west. The comprehensive plan has not been amended to make this consistent with, for this property to be consistent with the comprehensive plan. It is inconsistent. Yes, I will stipulate that state law allows local government comprehensive plan amendments and zoning amendments to be considered on the same agenda and adopted on the same agenda. That's not what's taking place here. We're trying to ride this bicycle backwards. The distinction between a future land use map amendment and a rezoning is that future land use map amendments are legislative and rezonings are quasi-judicial. This would constitute a spot future land use map amendment, and I hope that my clients get the opportunity to explain that on the record to the Board of County Commissioners. The Florida statutes, section 163.3194(9) define compatibility as a condition in which land uses or conditions can coexist in relative proximity to each other over time, such that no use or condition is unduly negatively impacted directly or indirectly by another use or condition. My clients will explain to you how their properties will be impacted. Finally, there is a twofold test for the adoption of a rezoning in the state of Florida that came from the Florida Supreme Court in their 1993 Snyder decision. That first prong is, quote, a landowner seeking to rezone property has the burden of proving that the proposal is consistent with the comprehensive plan, which it is not, and complies with all the procedural requirements of the zoning ordinance. You have received competent and substantial evidence to the effect that this is, in fact, inconsistent. You will be hearing from Mr. Bothy and from Elizabeth. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, please. Good evening.
Good evening. My name's Charles Bothy. I live at 2303 Highway 60, which is exactly the property next to this development that's going in. I've lived there 40 years. My neighbors, the Byanskis, have lived right next to me for 60 years. We agreed to residential 9 7 years ago. We would have never agreed to residential 20. We thought that there were going to be some doctor's offices, dentist offices, some small businesses where people would be there during the day, but not where there's going to be, because there's a development going to the east of us and to the west of us. So now there's going to be 600 apartments around us. And Highway 60 goes from 6 lanes to 4 lanes right in front of my house. It is a bottleneck there. It's dangerous. I can't believe that they're going to approve, that this could get approved before they are going to widen 60. And at the January 10th hearing that we did virtually, the developer said that they were going to be breaking ground on the widening of 60 in a matter of weeks. It's not even been funded yet. I mean, if you lived there like I have for 40 years, that it is a mess right there where they're going to put all this, and they're putting the cart in front of the horse. I just wish you would consider that. And like I said, we agreed to residential 9, not residential 20. It's too much. And it's not just for me and my neighbors, it's for all the neighbors there. There's quite a few there. It's just too much to put on us. It's not in the best interest of the neighborhood as far as I'm concerned. Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming down. I appreciate it. If you could please sign in. Yes, ma'am. Good evening.
My name's Elizabeth Belcher. I live off of Miller, 406 South Miller Road. I'm in opposition of this project because of the density and the height of the building. We in Barrico are made up primarily of single-family residents and mobile homes, communities that others retire to. Most of the people own their homes that live in Valrico. If you look at all the existing land use, you see that primarily all of it is yellow. It's because I don't know if you need to see it on here, if you just want me to put it.
You could show it on the overhead.
And I don't know if it's upside down. It's primarily all yellow, which is single family. There are some apartments in our area, and none of them exceed 3 stories. And they're not zoned residential 20. They're residential 9 or they're PDs. They talked about the traffic, the trip generation. That to me is very false. Residential is adding traffic to our community. It's not deducting it. If it's business or commercial, it's using the traffic that already exists in the area. So I believe that trip generation chart they shared is inaccurate. As a residential owner in that community, we're worried that the 3-story to 4-story heights of the buildings will invade our property and diminish our property values. Not only that, the roads. Entering there from Publix and 60 is very dangerous as it is, and adding another entrance and adding 256 dwelling units is doubling cars too. That our infrastructure there and roads cannot handle what we have already. And entering into 60 is another issue. We're asking for the roads to accommodate what they want to build before it's built, because it's not a safe area because of the amount of traffic and trips and people on the road. The road cannot sustain this project first. So again, our major issue is density. It's residential 9 going to residential 20. That's huge. And we were expecting it to be commercial because that's what they had zoned it for before, and we were fine with that. But now we're asking for more. And they say they have 5 letters of approval from the commercial businesses in the area. This is all about profits. I mean, it's all about money. They're more happy or trying to make the commercial people happy and not the community. That's going to provide more businesses to commercial. It's not going to make our lives easier when we are driving every day in that traffic and we are getting our privacy invaded by 3 to 4 story buildings. So this project to me is not in line with what we have in our community, which is single family residence. And it is not in line with our traffic. It's too much before we widen 60, before we improve the median, all those things. Widening 60 needs to happen before this because it's not beneficial to the community at all. So thank you.
Thank you for coming down. I appreciate it. If you could please sign it. All right, so no one else in the room to speak. Did we have one person in opposition online? No one. Okay. All right, so there's no one else to speak in opposition. We'll close that portion of the hearing. Mr. Grady.
I've got a question for Jillian, if she, at this point, knows what the public hearing date is for the comprehensive plan amendment that's related to this zoning hearing application.
I don't actually know the date of that hearing. I could try to look real quick, but I'm not entirely sure offhand. Yeah, I'd have to talk with Yanika about that. I'm not sure when it's scheduled.
I'll just have to note for the record that, I mean, the board directed these be concurrent items. Right now, this is scheduled for a September 13th. BOCC meeting date was the regular land use meeting date for this. I just want to note on the record that it may be going to a different date, but so we don't have that at this point. So I just wanted to note that for the record that that'll happen.
Because it couldn't be contemplated without the official change of the
So yeah,
land
so
use map.
yeah, so the reality is that if it's going to related hearing date, it's likely that's going to have to occur after September 13th to provide proper notice of that date. But I just want to put that on the record.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Ms. Batzel, it's time for a rebuttal.
I'll have Steve Henry just address the traffic concerns again on rebuttal, and then I'll finish.
All right, thank you.
I don't know if we can pull up the PowerPoint. Is that possible? And the traffic graphic, just so one of the issues that had come up was the traffic and the type of traffic. So she is correct that as far as retail goes, retail is made up of two different components of traffic. There's new trips, and then there are passerby trips. So there's a percentage of the traffic that is for commercial is already on the road. And then there's a percentage that are new trips. And so what we've shown here are the actual new trips. If you take the total trips, which would be the passerby, which we've subtracted those out, the commercial would actually generate 10,000 trips per day. So we've actually already taken out those trips that are already on the road and reduced them. And the same thing with the 1747. Those are just new trips. That's what we've looked at, is just the new trips, not the total. So when you look at the total, it's significantly higher for the retail. So that's why we've looked at just the new trips. And so we still do have a significant decrease in the new trips that are going to be on the road.
So just for the record to clarify, so the 1610 represents the existing entitlements of 89,000 square feet of commercial general, right? And this is, you correct me if I'm wrong, 5,000 residential support and 10,000 of BPA.
Yeah, we just ran it as a total shopping center, which would be 106,000 square feet total.
Okay. And then the elimination of that, what Ms. Batzel quoted, 103,525 square feet, and the addition of the 256 multifamily is the total 1747.
Correct.
I see.
Correct. Yeah, that represents the Taco Bell plus the apartments.
Understood. Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
For the record, again, Elise Batzel, Stearns Weaver Miller. It's always hard when you come in and you have neighbors that are opposed to development. And I just want to thank everybody for coming out, because I always think it's important to be part of the process. But I do want to talk just a little bit about some of the comments. In the staff report, your staff and the Planning Commission staff have determined that multifamily is a more appropriate transition to the single family and the existing multifamily to the south than commercial development. We've already provided testimony and shown the existing entitlement slide. Could you put that slide up, please? The graphic. Keep going. Keep going. I'm sorry, it's at the beginning, existing entitlements. There you go, slide 11. 11. So if you look at the site plan, and this of course is in the record, you'll notice that parcel C is right up against the eastern boundary with very little setback. You'll also notice that the development, the commercial shopping center, the rear of that shopping center is right up against the southern boundary. And so the impacts to the residential development with respect to traffic, which Mr. Henry has already indicated is less, and noise and lighting and all of those things, those would all be lessened by turning this into multifamily development. With respect to the issues regarding the procedural issue, I'll defer to the county attorney's office, but obviously that is our procedure. And as long as the comp plan and the rezoning are heard in the appropriate order, there shouldn't be any procedural issues. He did state that he thought it was not compatible, but I did not hear any substantial competent evidence on the record that would indicate or provide any facts to say that it was not compatible. As you know, competent substantial evidence for things like traffic and technical matters, you have to rely on the expert testimony rather than lay person testimony, because those are areas that the Florida courts have determined require expert opinions, such as traffic, light, noise, general unfavorable impacts. It's also really important to talk a little bit about the burden shifting based on what the first speaker indicated. So yes, our burden is to provide substantial competent evidence. The Florida courts have determined that a prima facie case is established if a government staff report or findings of an independent reviewer have found that to be consistent. And then the burden shifts back to the local government, or in this case, to neighbors, to show how that competent substantial evidence is required to keep the existing zoning. So it's a little bit different when there's an existing zoning. It's not a clean slate. We're not saying, is this better with or without? We're saying, if it is not, if we have proven our burden by substantial competent evidence, what is the documentation in the record, the competent substantial evidence that says it's better to keep commercial? And today we have not heard any of that substantial competent evidence for the record.
Do you happen to know what the maximum height is on the existing entitlements?
I have it. I can find that for you. We are proposing 45 feet, but it's also important to put on the record that the existing townhomes directly to the south are 3 stories already. And directly across the street, there is an 8-story office building across State Road 60. The existing entitlements are 35 feet.
Okay.
And the 3-story buildings, which are all along the boundary, they are 35 feet in our project. The 45 feet would be limited to the internal 4-story building.
So that's the only 45 feet.
Correct.
That's the 4-story. Okay.
That's right. Everything else remains at 35 feet.
Okay.
That concludes our rebuttal testimony, unless you have any questions.
No, that was it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, with that, we'll close major modification 22-0862 and adjourn the hearing. Thank you all for your time.